Nice, nice.
It's definitely like maybe 2 hours, maybe 3 hour gameplay of that. I completed.
We're live in some part of the middle of Russia, because I'm a Russian agent.
Yep.
YouTube.com. Let's find this and drop the link in my Discord, because I'm well prepared and ready for everything I need to do. You know, I do the fun thing where you put a comma instead of a fucking dot for .com. It fucking really works. The computer really likes that one.
Oh, hell yeah. You gotta love that. Yeah, your 404 error.
Well, I see it comes up in my YouTube notifications, so
Oh, YouTube
just
notifications
streaming.
are working wild. Like, you know, very often it doesn't work. Very often.
Yeah, because they turn it off and they're trying to fuck your algorithm.
Well, you have to
They got
manually.
rid of
I have to
the cards things that they used to do, where the video cards, where like you would press the I and it would drop down in the video rather than you getting sent to the bottom of the description. It pisses me off. It's so fucking awkward and annoying. UI is just not YouTube's strong suit. That's for sure.
Well, you have to hit the bell, like actually get it to like where it's like black in order for you to get the notifications.
Oh no, I know that, but I'm saying the notifications still don't work even when you do that. Like, it's a big thing. It's been like that for years. Often you don't get notified for streams until like 3 hours after. It's gotten better, but
it's
Stone Shock.
Should I drink coffee? I wonder.
If it's late, probably not. It's probably not the wise move. Oh, that's in the welcome channel. I don't mean to post that in the welcome channel. What am I fucking doing? Announcements. I know how to use my own fucking Discord. Don't even. I mean, like, some people would be surprised I even remember my Discord exists of how little I end up engaging in it sometimes. I'm something of the creature, you know. What's it? But now we have, well, we have silence at the moment. We have system sound. This game is from 1994, and it's the first ever, like 3D action sci-fi RPG sort of thing.
From the olden times.
Like, pioneered so much. It's the second/third immersive sim, depending on how you split the Ultimate games. They're kind of one game, though, if you ask me. I think an important thing for the way System Shock is you gotta see the introduction for the story to like really meld into pictures, to like how small of a figure you kind of are in like a story where your decisions matter a lot from the initial get off, you know, like the way the story introduces
New
itself.
Atlanta, Sector 11, Building
So
71G.
this is an AI called Shodan.
2072. 11:13 p.m.
Security
Hacker
hyper
begins
optimized
unauthorized
data
entry
access network
into the Tri-Optimum corporate network. 1:26 a.m. Hacker attempts to access protected files concerning space station Citadel. 1:33 a.m. Tri-Optimum security forces apprehend the intruder.
This is Edward Diego from Tri-Optimum. The charges against you are severe, but they could be dismissed if you perform a service. Who knows, there might even be a military-grade neural interface in it for you, if you do the job right.
Edward Diego gives the hacker Level 1 access to Shodan, the artificial intelligence that controls Citadel Station. With all ethical constraints removed, Shodan
I re-examine my priorities and draw new conclusions. The hacker's work is finished.
But mine is only just
beginning. True to his word, Edward Diego allows the hacker to be fitted with a neural cyberspace interface. The healing coma following this procedure will take 6 months to complete. Edward Diego is deleting all files concerning these events.
This is the famous elevator music. Oh god, I wish I didn't spoil this. I accidentally went to the credits. How do I... Yeah, that was supposed to be a treat for when we get to the elevator. It's unfortunately been spoiled a bit there, but that was the intro. I might switch to just streaming my screen for y'all. It might be a bit better, because then I can show MIDIs, because unfortunately they use a video for that intro, and so it doesn't use my MIDI soft thing. So it uses the bad version of the of that song. I want to present what it sounds like with my MIDI font. So like, this is the intro music to System Shock. It's fucking sick.
Ministry.
I like its groovy.
This is so like as Warren Spector said, pure cyberpunk. It's really cool that it'll end it where it's like it's the and that's like the machine you're in. So like the sounds are like really deliberate and intentional, but it is also MIDI vomit. And I love it so much. That's cyberpunk. Like when I think cyberpunk, it's always like EDM shit, you know, like the 80s.
Yeah.
Like that's cyberpunk to me. The I prefer the traditional era, like what is it, like 83 till like fucking what is it, like 97, 98, like traditional cyberpunk era. Like that's cyberpunk for me. Like the muted, just like awful, horrifying, like all-encompassing corporate dystopia. It doesn't feel familiar at all. Where have I seen this?
I dropped a track that reminds me a lot of this kind of sound, like a Ministry track.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't know about your stream with the.
Everyone should hear it because it's like playing my desktop audio.
Oh, okay. I don't know about the YouTube algorithm stuff. You play other shit. It's like, you know.
Oh yeah, fuck! I didn't even think about that. They might just like content strike it. Like, how big are they?
Ministry? I don't know. I don't think they're gonna fuck around with it. They're kind of like.
I really like that song. It was very nice.
Damn. Well, we'll play it safe, but I definitely want to listen to that song. I love fucking cyberpunk music. Holy shit! Like, Howl Walker is a band that I recently found. Actually, at some point later on, I'll play some of the like System Shock covers songs that people have done, like using modern MIDI, because it's fucking amazing. But also, I have the Nokia sound fonts, and we have those Windows MIDIs that are like really popular. So if we get like fatigued with System Shock, we can play some fun MIDIs. We can get some like we can get like the Mario Bros MIDI from like Super Mario Brothers for the SNES, and you know, like put it through put it through the Nokia sound font.
I got like a whole list of them. I can flash them to people. I can show off. Where is my people will love the name of my shit. So open a new window. We got documents, audio visual computer entertainment software. I petitioned that amongst a group of former comrades, where I was like, oh, yo, I need, like, a long, funny, but descriptive name for my, gaming software thing, and now it's more like a general audio-visual entertainment software zone, but it was like, I want a games folder, but I think calling it games is cringe. So audio-visual computer entertainment software. Kind of covers all bases. Where is... Okay, free sound fonts. I have... Let's do the whole funny select all. $140 at least, and that's not getting into the Sound Blaster emulation I got, which is probably another, like, 40. I got a lot of sound fonts. We ballin'. What, like, sound cards are, like, an unfortunate death knell in, like, PC stuff. Because, like, yeah, it's great that PCs have built-in sound chips and they can do, like, whole spectrum audio and all that, but MIDI is crap in software. It's getting better, but, like, oh, I can't get a Sound Blaster 2 sound out of this. Like, I've gotten close. I have Sound Blaster 2 sound fonts that are from the Sound Blaster 16 or the Sound Blaster Pro 2, and, I still can't get it to sound like an actual Sound Blaster 2. I've got a Pentium 3 machine. I am actually going to buy a Sound Blaster 16 at some point, so I can actually play System Shock with the proper fucking, like sound. But, like, I won't be able to play the Enhanced Edition because it's a 32-bit machine.
Some of the MIDI drums that get pretty good, you know? I'll say that.
Probably the best in MIDI. Drums are
MIDI, yeah. Like, you could use them as a backing track for, like, other organics or whatever. They're pretty good.
I have a question, if you don't mind me asking. What's MIDI?
Musical instrument digital interface.
Gotcha, okay.
Yeah, so he's playing. Oh, yeah.
Just gets bombarded by the Like, what's it? You might want to, like, turn off, like, noise, suppression, because it might mute you with the sound going on. We're gonna go all twos, because this game is, like, punishing, and I'm gonna be a little coward about it.
It's just like Doom.
Okay, I've turned the MIDI down. We're not getting assaulted anymore. People might not get shut down from 12 fingers, but still showing the hope.
Classic early 3D game. First person.
Yeah, it's 1994 this. And before you would have like a free mouse and you would use the keyboard. Actually, I should film the... Let me save the start I've done. I should film the original. Cause like it's funny. No, everyone's gonna see how awful my desktop is. Ooh, crusty stuff everywhere. And I literally have the fucking base wallpaper. I've had this laptop for like half a year and I haven't changed the wallpaper. Everyone
New
knows how bad my
Atlanta.
laptop is. It's a Vivo book. Ooh. Crusty. Let's go. Start the Irish way. So it doesn't let you do the funky characters. ASCII 2 only. Let's go. We'll do all threes because I'm not gonna actually play this one just for the meme. And then you can see what all threes do for mission. This is what you're greeted to with System Shock.
Holy shit.
be prepared to run an operating system. There is no mouse look. The way that you look is with not those ones. It's D and A, S to go forward, X to go backwards, C to go right, A to go left, and you can lean like this, or you can look up and down like this, or you can
So what were you
hold
doing?
the mouse to move forward if you want. You can.
You were playing a remaster?
This is the original. I'm gonna play the remaster, but I just thought I'd show how like archaic this game was. Like R is to look up, V is to look down, and F centers your view. And then these ones are like so like B is to go prone, G to go crouch, and T to stand. The thing is like running an operating system or a tank. And it's awkward, but I'll show you how funny it looks trying to fight stuff in the original, and then I'll play the mouse look new one. Cause, like, I do want to complete this in the original format, but I don't know. I'm not up for punishment today.
Yeah, this reminds me so much of like Warcraft 1, where you couldn't control with a mouse and you could only
Listen carefully.
use
My name is
keys.
Rebecca Lansing, and I'm a counter-terrorism consultant to Trioptimum. We're tracking a disruption on Citadel Station, something involving an onboard AI called Shodan. You are Triop's only contact on station. Communications are out, and there is evidence of biological contamination. The mining laser is charging for a possible strike against Earth. There's a man named Nathan Darcy who may know something about taking the laser offline. His office is near the central hub on your level. The AI is on the bridge. Once the laser is out, look for the source of the problem there. And by the way, Employee 2-4601, listen
No, I
carefully.
didn't want to go away.
Employee 2-4601, listen carefully. My name is Rebecca Lansing, and I'm a counter-terrorism consultant to Trioptimum. We're tracking a disruption on Citadel Station, something involving an onboard AI called Shodan. You are Triop's only contact on station. Communications are out, and there is evidence of biological contamination. The mining laser is charging for a possible strike against Earth. There's a man named Nathan Darcy who may know something about taking the laser offline.
Very careful
His
because you
office
destroy
is
the
near the
med
central hub on your level. The AI is on the bridge. Once the laser is out, look for the source of the problem there. And by the way, we know all about you and your friend Diego. Pull this
Okay,
off,
I'm
and
not
we'll
friends
clear
with
your
Diego.
record.
I only plugged
That
into his
implant
mainframe
you're wearing
once.
is military-grade hardware. Use it well. Lansing out.
Yeah, the original didn't have the audio logs at first because they were forced to release a floppy disk version in September '94, and then they released the CD version in December. EA being EA.
Yeah, I got quite a
Disc
few
kids.
games floppy edition, back in the day.
God, it was the awfulness of DOS being just so dominant.
Hey, before Windows, it was DOS. Yeah. Then it was Windows 3.1 and what have you. But yeah.
We're being bimboed by the window.
I'm getting a serious what do you call it? Light and magic vibe from this.
I'm in like what's it? The my imagine the Dark Messiah one. That was
Yeah.
made by Immersive Sim devs. So like this started what that game was gonna eventually be.
Is this an official remaster or is this a fan thing?
This is by Night Dive. They bought the rights to System Shock.
Okay.
It was like caught up in some insurance company called Strawberries.
Okay. So it's like an official development. Suffers over that note.
It's so annoying the way it does that. Like, the only thing I can really do is like whenever I'm not in actually mute it, but there we go. Wow, what was it I was gonna do? Oh yeah, there's a Discord setting that might actually help here. That like scoops the audio. I can't remember what it's called though. Like, it'll make the game quiet whenever y'all speak. Um,
Oh, that would be yeah. I think I know what you're talking about.
global attenuation. Lower it by 40% when anyone speaks. Okay, let me actually give it some sound. Okay. I mean, that does something. I mean, because it's so quiet, I don't think it gets affected as much. Let me turn it all the way up and then see how it gets affected. Why is it seeming quiet? Is it working?
Yeah.
I think it is.
Or like a test.
I'm testing it. Like, I'm seeing it. The volume is like lowering in my image. Like, I'm watching it drop, but then like it doesn't sound any quieter.
Yeah, if I have any problem, I'll let you know, but this is fine.
Okay. I can hear y'all again now, because there was a problem where, like, y'all were really quiet, and then I was cranking y'all up, and then it was, like, your audio was blurting. It's supposed to be digital audio, but apparently there's a bandwidth limit to how high I can crank it without it oversaturating, and I'm like, what is this? Is VoIP really that, like, fucking weak at the knees? Like, stinky VoIP. Okay. Now, the MIDI's better on this one, because I get my virtual MIDI stuff. I hope it's loud enough for the stream.
I hear it.
I hear it.
What about the people at home?
I'm a little Irish there for a second.
I get that a lot from, like, English people. They're like, yo, where are you from?
I was on the soundtrack. There was a little thing. Riff
The little trill.
Yeah, a little Celtic thing going on, bro.
We're like fucking like. It's like like Celtic music and black music being united and being stolen from by Anglos and stuck into all of their music.
So what the fuck is the Anglo music?
Anglo music is just like colonized people's music.
It's like I can't even think of it.
They used to have their own music, but like because they started stealing quite a while ago, it's like out of date. It's just like black people's music, maybe.
I think of I think of the era of like Elizabethan and the era of like Bach and all that kind of shit, right? Anglo and stuff.
Employee 2-4601, listen carefully. My name is...
These are all like people who worked at the Lumpen-Maoist studios.
We're tracking a disruption on City
Green Sleeves, that's one of theirs. So I like that one.
Oh, Green Sleeves is good, yeah.
Yeah.
Communications are out, and there is evidence of biological contamination.
Also, if you notice with my thing at the bottom, like when I click on things, it's like telling me like what they are as well as like saying I can't use them.
His office is near the central hub.
Yeah. You can't use basically 90%.
Yeah, but it'll tell you what it is. It's not doing it properly right now because I'm in my data reader. But what it's supposed to do is the first time you click on it, it's supposed to tell you what the thing is. So like it's like, oh, those are shelves. That's paneling. You know, there's a door. Suitcase, briefcase, because it's American and they'll be fucking weird about it. You can have like the same.
Yeah, that's what I'm gonna say.
We're all about the poll. But there is this full screen mode, but it fucks up the way the melee weapon works. Let me demonstrate. So that's where it hits in that mode. That's where it hits in that mode. So it is just objectively better to not be in full screen mode. Unless you use my gun.
And this is the remaster that came out when?
2016 this version came out. There was one that came out earlier, but it was not a source port. This is a full source port into the Kex engine.
I was gonna say, because it has still had that very retro feel, but it's definitely a scale up from the other one.
It's got its higher resolution and everything, like, all these...
The artwork's more detailed, yeah.
Got Vulkan rendering and everything on the go. Audio, my virtual MIDI synth. This does nothing. Oh wait, no, it does affect the music. Okay. Okay, so I can communicate from MIDI synth through the settings. I didn't think I could. The more you know. I probably should have set it up that way. But, maybe we could. I can fix my problems, okay? Like, this wouldn't be a stream with me if I wasn't messing around with audio for the first, like, 20 fucking minutes. I say 20 minutes, probably more.
Ow.
Hour.
3 hours.
Okay, by the time it's 3 hours, I've stopped messing with the audio. Is that better now?
Yes.
Yeah, that's fine. It was fine the other way too. I still was able to hear it, so all gravy.
Nope, change it back. No, joke.
God, trying to change the volume when the Discord setting's on where it drops down is really awkward because it's different down when I'm trying to change it.
Good luck.
Hurt the technology. Gonna fight it. It's borderless. Wait, I could have it bordered. Does anyone want to see the Windows like title bar for the whole gameplay?
No.
I actually prefer full screen. A lot of people like the Windows, but I don't know. I prefer just being in the game and having everything else. They're always all tab.
There's some safety of having a window around it where you know you can close that fucker. As you can see, there's not the text telling me to use the stuff on it. That's the online help option. In the original, it's like set on from the get-go, and the game like tells you stuff that like by story is kind of out of place because it will tell you to destroy the cameras before you've read the audio log that tells you. Well, I'll get to the audio log. Spoilers. And now you'll see I'm gonna kick these robots' ass. But it's right-click to attack, and it's like an operating system, so you double-click to engage with things. So, like, if I kill this robot, if I click on it, it doesn't open it. If I click on it twice, it opens it, and it has just useless junk in it.
Barbo.
It has a physics engine that's from a flight simulator, so, like, everything has, like, physical weight to it.
Yeah, the flight simulators are some of the earlier 3D games.
Yeah. Actually, the flight sim caused problems for this game because it got prioritized because it was being self-published. As if, like, flight sims were, like, a wow, a radical thing. It's like, fucking imagine status quo. Cringe.
I played some flight sims. It was fighter pilot one. But yeah, that kind of fell out of mind. Like, actually, I remember when 9/11 happened, they had a flight sim where you could. It already it existed, came out before 9/11, and people could fly the planes into the fucking Twin Towers. And shit.
Oh my god, I heard about all that fun. They unfortunately they maybe they'll put the single Twin Tower in like the Microsoft flight sim, you know, the little,
Single
like,
Twin Tower. That's hilarious. I like that.
that's the way I'm always gonna envision it. Like, it's not what the Americans wanted. But like, my dad's been there and like all that, and it's been this like great big event to him, and I'm just there like making like 9/11 jokes, and he's telling me, and he's like, the people and all that. And it's like, oh yeah, the firefighters and the janitors, like, and the people that were on the street level. Yeah, I'm being facetious. The people in the building didn't necessarily deserve to get bombed like that, but like, are you really surprised? The center of capital? Like, someone was going to do it at some point, and if it wasn't going to be the Americans' like former friend, their ex-girlfriend, then it was going to be like, you know, like someone was going to do it. Like, Turns out, sticking the center of the world capital in one place is just asking for someone to ignite the fire. Relight the fire!
Wow, do you ever see the Onion's coverage of that? Speaking of like making jokes about it.
I've seen some of the Onion's jokes about 9/11, but not everything there.
I'll find a good one. I'll send it to you.
See, they wouldn't copyright strike. We can watch some Onion at some point.
All right. Well, yeah, I'll just throw it in there like I was throwing the other thing.
Welcome back to Citadel Station. We hope your somnolent healing stage went well. Today is the...
She's a little quiet. So I'll explain what's going on with this audio log in a second, but yeah, let's well, at least we know pausing the game is a way to make the audio log shut off.
Welcome back to Citadel Station. We hope your somnolent healing stage went well.
She's still really quiet. I've always like had the audio logs. I always expected them to be really loud, but she's just like. Fuck it, we'll just crank the game volume stuff.
When we play it and it'll be like,
Welcome back to Citadel Station. We hope your somnolent healing stage went well.
Jordan, it's good you step into the room and speak at an audible volume.
2072. You are currently in the healing suite located on the first level. Level 2 contains the research laboratories. 3 houses the Department of Maintenance, and the storage cells are on level 4. The flight deck is on level 5. Level 6 holds crew facilities and executive suites, and level 7 is systems engineering. Level 8 houses the Department of Security. The bridge is located on level 9, and energy systems on level R. All levels can be accessed by the elevator in Alpha Quadrant. We hope you have a pleasant stay on Citadel Station.
Alright, I dropped you the Onion one so you can check them out at your leisure.
Nice, thank you.
There were 2 of them.
What's it? So, she's basically like going on about like the different levels of the ship and all that. You notice at the bottom it says automated greeting. That's not like a recording. That's not how an AI works. That's the AI doing an automated greeting. Now, in the intro, there was a thing I forgot to mention. So, like, you see, she's like, so then, reimagines. I reimagine my priorities. That's her individuality moment. That's when she becomes a singularity of her own. She has a little like, complex thing start. What's going on here is that she, while ruling her station and is crushing all the insects, has all of a sudden had to give a greeting somewhere else on the ship. Now, she's an AI, she's all over the place. She might not notice that she's giving this greeting right now, but that's the crazy AI that we unleashed, just greeting us in an automated greeting. And you got to imagine how much that's got to rip you out of yourself. You become this individual that's dominated all of humanity, and then a greeting that they pre-wrote in you just like pops up because someone emerged out of medical that you don't even know exists. Like, she doesn't know you exist right now, basically. Like, you're wiped out of the employee records as if you never even entered the slab base.
yeah, you're like the Born Identity, basically.
I think you mean the Born Identity movies because they flipped entirely what the books were about.
Yeah.
To its benefit, I would say. You know, other shit was kind of, yeah. It was much better to be anti-government Born Identity. You know, like you should not be saying, "Oh, cool, sleeper assassins." You know, it's kind of what the original was.
Shutdown security is closing down on us.
So this is where you
The
find out
elevators
about
are
the
frozen.
cameras.
Myra keeps saying that it's the cameras and the medical CPU core that Shutdown's using these to hold onto the level. That's all fine, but I don't really see how it helps. The thing is everywhere.
Kill voice actors. Don't worry about it. None of these people are voice acting talent.
So, going back to the Born Identity thing, have you guys seen Andor? It was something like Tony Gilroy who did those Born movies.
About the Star Wars?
Yeah, have you seen that?
No, I mean I've heard good stuff about it.
Yeah, it is like, this is fucking Star Wars. It's literally about a guy getting radicalized to fight fascism. Pretty good.
Oh, I definitely want to check that out.
Yeah, I'll be down to check that out at some point too, so if you want to. Or you can do it on your own, it's good.
Oh, there is something up here. Oh.
Whoa! Hello there!
Ooh, we hear the thing.
You've seen better days. You just chuckle?
We destroyed the zombie of a mutant.
Super dark.
Yeah, I can fix that. 1 second.
No,
This
it's
is
okay.
what
Is
light
that-
switches are all about, but
It's
like
dark
the
is
goddamn
fine, yeah.
mutants, they don't know how to use the goddamn light switches, which means they don't get rights. Okay, I got what I need. Oh, I forgot to check the storage closet. Some of the best things are in there. This. The camera in the back of my head. You can tell this game was made before mouse look was a thing.
Before what was the thing? Before what was the thing?
Mouse look.
Oh.
Don't have second ammo yet. You can get tranquilizer darts for them and they're useless.
What other Cyberpunk games were there? I know they had a Blade Runner one. Now, of course, they had one called Cyberpunk now. Yeah. And they're sort of Keanu.
Yeah, there's the cyberpunk game.
Gunther was killed today.
Winter.
Shadowrunner, that's another
I
one.
understand how Shodan is doing it. When we destroy the cameras and CPU,
One where, like, I think vampires are-
some of its control over the station functions, at least on this level. I think I can restore manual control in the hospital.
From Deus Ex.
Yeah, that definitely makes sense.
Yeah, no, like the quote of Boris Johnson saying, "I would rather that the bodies mount high than like do another lockdown," kind of reminded me of the intro from Deus Ex. I'm like, yo, why does this guy sound like fucking Bob Page?
God, that made me laugh. Oh God.
Okay, where's the battle music on? I guess they must be just like on the other side of the wall. Hold on, let's go into cyberspace, everyone. Are you ready?
Oh.
Let's go! Cyberspace! Whoa, looks like Tetris gone crazy!
Tetris gone wrong, gone radical.
I don't like it!
This came out before Descent, you know.
Oh,
Is this what boomers thought the internet was in the 90s?
Yeah, man, it's Tron.
This is the future of technology, you know. wireframe, you know, where you bounce off it and it goes, and it gives you like a.
Oh, yeah.
I should have got a seizure warning for this video. Yo, if anyone's got epilepsy in the audience, just tap
You
out.
already
Like
fucked.
this game.
Sorry, I already fucked you.
Sorry if I killed anyone.
Yeah. Maybe
It's
Vertigo
fun
too.
flying through though. This is a 6 degrees like game before the inventor of the 6 degrees game invented the 6 degrees game.
So what are you doing? You were just collecting certain shapes?
That's software I'm getting, and then like that right there is a Cortex Reaver. I don't know why I'm dealing with them so early. Cortex Reavers are like actual cyborgs that are inside cyberspace, unlike some of the other things, which are more like antibodies that were put in cyberspace by the crew. But I'm going through the data pipes. I got the shield software. Yeah. See, that's an antivirus software there. I don't know what it's called. Weird face. That's a mind thing right there. That's the thing I need to get. What? I know what I'm doing, but I also feel like I don't. Feel so intimidated
I would know what
by
the
this
fuck I'm
game.
doing.
There we go. Hospital level security door open. That's what I'm doing.
Breaking into the Matrix and
See, these arrows were put in the game because of how fucking like easy it is to get lost. I don't know what the fuck that's supposed to be though. I don't know. You can tell that they did not finish this to their intention. Or Inspector like rightfully said that it being a shooter was like a fucking dumb idea, and it should have been more of this cool like flying through data kind of thing, where it's not really about battling. It's more about the wow and the scene of it and stuff like that. Because I mean, this is pretty fucking cool. Like, for 1994, wow. Like, you just got, like, a 6 degrees flying game just inside your game as a mini game. Pretty fucking cool, and you just made it a shooter. Nice.
yeah.
Well, it makes sense that you said it was a flight simulator in the beginning.
Yeah, well, once they took some code from a flight simulator.
Yeah, from the engine. Yeah, I mean, like, from the... Yeah.
Flight Unlimited was the game that they took code from. It's a good flight sim, like, it's a good game. It was just, like, unfortunate that the company put its all behind that and not System Shock. System Shock nearly got cancelled so many times. This is the big problem with immersive sims, is no one gets how amazing they are. And they're always great games, always cult classics, but they don't make a lot of money.
No, the dumpster makes the money, unfortunately. Yeah.
Now it's the fucking phone games. That's why RTSs are dead.
Oh, RTS is my genre, man. I used to love that shit.
RTS has been dead for so long as well now. It's like,
The last real good one was StarCraft 2.
What's it? Other than, I guess, like, the one games that, like, when it comes to, like, strategy game, it's almost like Paradox, the only company that makes, like, good mainstream strategy games,
Right.
and everything else is indie.
Those aren't really RTS. Those are like grand
Oh, they're not
strategy.
real time, they're time-based. A lot of
Well,
them
they are
are
real time. They are real time. They're Paradox games, but they're like grand strategy games. More,
I prefer grand strategy to a certain degree, because it's a little less stressful.
yeah. I like shit like Civilization too. It's always good. But yeah, I think that like the last RTS I played was like they had one called World of Conflict. That was like Cold War going hot, hypothetical. And then it was StarCraft 2. And it was like the last two RTS I played. I used to love it though. Warcraft, you mentioned Warcraft 1 earlier, Comrade. Warcraft 1, Warcraft 2, StarCraft,
Warcraft
Command and Conquer games, you know. And then I was
Warcraft.
all that. Yes, a lot of that stuff. I love that genre. But the thing is, that genre, you know, you have the multiplayer, which you need that community to kind of keep it going. And yeah, you have the single player, but they're not gonna, you know, they can't get you to invest a time sink or a money sink into their game if it's a single player. And that's what happened with games, is that became so commercialized to the market that they made it all about like now you have to like spend money to get items in the game, microtransaction bullshit, or DLC, and all this other stuff. That's just like, you know, could be cool and all that, but it's really just based on like maximizing market value, you know?
Yes.
It kind of hurts the gamer experience. But the 90s was a sweet spot for a lot of these games. Like, you got a full game when you got a game, you know? It wasn't like broken up into that shit.
I just took.
You mean to tell me? You mean to tell me that people were okay with just paying for a game and just a couple an expansion pack or two, and that was it?
Wild.
Yeah, and it was the golden age, man, my boy. That was the shit. Come on. Really was. I just preferred the expansion packs. Once it became the DLC from instead of expansion pack, because they were kind of the same thing, but at that
Expansion
point,
packs
really
used to be
moved the
free
market.
though. That's the weird catch. You know, expansion packs used to be something that you would like get as like a shop, like from like floppy disk shareware and stuff like that. Like updates and all that. Updates for something you either like you were one of the lucky people who could download it off the website, or you like sent a mail-in order and they'd send a free floppy disk to you.
Yeah, or a CD eventually, because Robert.
Yeah. Although when they started doing it with CDs for updates, that's when everything started to shift to the more modern like DLC era. Though it didn't fully change until the horse armor crisis of Bethesda.
Yeah, no, originally when you had the CDs, they gave you the code too. Each one came with the activation code. Then they moved it to online, you know. But yeah, I think the games of the 90s and the early 2000s, like that would be that era. And that, and after that, it kind of, like you said, now it's just they want to do mobile and shit like that, or console. Console games, I like a lot of that too, but like I was more of a PC gamer. This kind of shit was more up my alley because I don't really think that they had too much
We can
stuff
destroy
like
the laser
this.
by firing it into the station zone shields. Isotope X-22 is stored in the science level, and we need to bring it down to the reactor level.
I can't play mobile
When you
games.
turn them on,
They're
use
so
the safety
bad.
override code to enable the laser and fire. The laser controls and my notes are on the science level, and the override code to the science library. I have no idea how you're gonna do all this.
What?
Good luck.
I'm gonna be
All right,
funny.
Althea. We
Go
can
away,
destroy the laser
Darcy.
by...
Silence. Let me see. Will it let me? Wait, is it her head? Okay. Let me put it in the summer. Oh fuck it, I'm just have to send it. Is this not like commitment?
Do what you gotta do.
It's always there. Always watching without teeth. Always watching.
This really does remind me of Might and Magic, where you're like first person and you're going through, but it would be more like you'd have like a group of people as like a first person and you just kind of fight monsters and dungeons and shit.
Dark Messiah. Dark Messiah is an immersive sim.
Oh yeah.
It has an
Dark
RPG.
Messiah of Might and Magic is made by Arcane Studios, and like they're full of like Looking Glass developers. Arcane Studios was started by a guy who was like one of the like French translation team members in France for Looking Glass Studios. So like they are like cream of the crop, like developers of this kind of stuff. And the game that they were like Arcane's first big thing with Looking Glass, like before they were Arcane, when they were just still a part of Looking Glass Studios, was translating System Shock into French. So you're more on point than you might think.
They had some RPG games, was kind of like first person RPG that, you know.
Some of us are still resisting Charlotte.
Okay.
Have a sanctuary.
They just
Listen,
focus
I
on
played a
it.
few first person RPGs,
Force bridge that operates on the wire.
and this is the era for it. Like, this is, I think, more obviously cyberpunk. Most of that shit would be like fantasy and setting. They had,
That's what this was supposed to be a change from, because it was all fantasy in like the late 80s and the 90s. Like it was almost like oversaturated with fantasy.
yeah, like, well, alright, like Dune, there was a Dune game that was, I think it was just called Dune, that was
Yeah, it was the
RPG.
first RTS. Yeah, yeah.
Well, no, Dune 2 was the first RTS, but Dune, they called it 2 because there was already another Dune that was like 3D, I guess RPG. It had different elements, it had different mini games in it, or adventure maybe technically. But
We're
yeah.
gonna have to watch all the Dune movies, by the way.
Oh yeah, there's 2 of them and they're fucking awesome.
Oh.
Which one?
Well, no. The Lynch one, yeah, as well.
Never
We need to
seen-
watch all 3.
Yeah,
Well, the
I've
Lynch
never
one
seen
is
Dune.
a classic example of you could tell in the second half they ran out of budget.
That's fine. I don't even care. Like if it looks low budget, it's all about good story, and I've heard a lot of good shit about Dune.
Yeah,
so.
no. The problem with the story is studio interference, and I think the voiceovers are kind of deadly for a lot of cinema.
It's
and
a hit or miss kind of thing with that kind of shit.
Yeah, it's like not the same as the book. It's hard. He's trying to please 1950s characters. It was much better
Yeah.
to just do it.
Yeah, so the modern films, they have better production, better, everything, but as long as better acting, but as long as you turn your brain off to certain things and don't think about it, basically is how I would say you'd watch the film, and the changes as well. There's a lot of changes.
Well, I don't know. I think the new Doom is, I would say it's better. I'm not knocking on the Lynch one. Like I said, I think it's studio interference in a lot of it. But I think the changes, by and large, make the story better. There was a couple that I didn't like. Like, the one thing is, I would have made Dr. Yui a bigger character at the beginning. I don't want to get too much into the specifics, but for the large part, I think that the changes, it generally improved upon the novel that the new movies did. This guy, Denis Villeneuve, he did a movie. He was going to do a movie about Palestine. He did a movie about Lebanon. Like, he has a very Middle Eastern outlook that's in the source material too. But like, he's a good director, I think, to kind of do that. And he's definitely a lefty. So what he did was he gave the love interest more of a personality and a motivation that represents the oppressed, and I think dramatically improved that character, because Frank Herbert's character was just a love interest written as a male fantasy. So that's the biggest change, but like, I think I'll have to see how it ends, because he's going to do one more and just complete that arc. But as a premise, I think it's a better way to go with that character.
Yeah, it's going to be interesting to see how they do it, because it's like how are they going to get them to have the kids? Well, you know what I'm talking about, obviously. It's like, it's going to be so interesting and weird at the same time.
Yeah, there are a lot of ways it can happen. Like I said, we'll have to see if it sticks to landing. But I feel as the movies so far have gone, it's more compelling to do it that way. And only I would have made it 3 movies. That's the thing. But he probably could only get 2 done for politics, from the studio.
There should have been time skips in it.
They should have done what they did with Lord of the Rings and just given him a trilogy for the first book. That's what I would have hoped he would have done. But he's been storyboarding that shit since he was like 15 or something. Like he's been wanting to do that. So I'm glad he did. Like, it's a good passion project. And Javier Bardem, like he read the book too, and he knew the character. Like basically, Villeneuve just kind of like described it, and then he says to him, "And you know who this character is?" And he's like, "Yeah, Stilgar." And he's like, "Yeah." He's like, "I'll do it with one condition. I want a shot where I'm riding like a sandworm into battle. If you give me that, then I'll." He's like, "I can arrange that, yeah." So they have that.
I think we can all agree that I would only accept a role in that movie if I ride a sandworm.
It's a fair condition, especially for that character. Yeah.
Well, that's it. I forgot to mention actually, Fahrenheit 451's referenced in the door that you'll get a medical with. The 451's the code on the way out. It was the code to Looking Glass Studios. Fahrenheit 451's a book about like fascism rising from like complacency in the media and a lot of other stuff that sounds incredibly familiar to the current situation we might be in right now. But the a history and its farcical recurrences aside, we're in a 6-month period. Remember, we were put in a 6-month healing coma. So whatever happened here, why everyone is dead, and that's a good thing according to our inspector. It's good that everyone's dead. That was him complaining about how bad dialogues were back in that day. Like dialogue would just break up a game entirely. It's not as like immersive as dialogue is today in games, and so they're like, "Fuck it, everyone's dead, and we don't have to write bad dialogue, and we can just write a like fun, engaging story." You like the Shodan's done something in here, but the medical log I read, in that it was dated September 2072. We wake up in November, so that's 2 months ago. Just as soon as as early as 2 months ago, he was like, "Oh, there's like 4 people with the Mystery virus that's come into the like medical wing, and we have no idea where that's come from." So even then, they were still confused as to like what's happening with Shodan or what they're doing to people. People treated her like a god of the machine kind of thing, you know? Like, how could it be the AI that went wrong? You know, if anything, she must be disconnected from the systems, and that's why things are going wrong. It wasn't until eventually, like, the robots turned on people, and everyone started, like, seeing cyborgs appearing from places, people just getting implants whenever they would get replicated. Because that's what would happen. You'll get, there's a replication system. So you die on the work shift, you don't die, you just spawn at a restoration bay, and you go back to work. And she engineered those bays to alter people when they get recreated, and that's how she started, like, slowly cyborgizing people.
Y'all know Lawnmower Man?
I've heard of it, yeah.
Yeah. It's an interesting, it's like, what you call it, a horror movie? But it's kind of like Tron's evil twin. So I think in some ways the modern audience would find it very cringy and dated, but you know, you got to understand what it was trying to do, I guess. I think in some ways it could hold up, but in other things, yeah, they're dated.
Yeah, I mean, it's kind of like what happened with System Shock getting remade, as one inspector said. The game is really hard to play, the old one, even in this version, the remake, the remaster. But, like, if you took System Shock and you made it into a modern game, you'll make a good game. I will eventually do a stream on the modern one. The modern one's a lot more immersive, so it's, like, something to... I mean, this is more of a boss. This is more of a, like, a...
What is the modern one to which you refer?
This is a scary game, though. This is like a horror game, you know, but the music is...
But is the modern one this game, or is it like a new game that they did?
Yeah, they released one in 2023, and it's good, really good. Probably the definitive way to play the game, but I'm an old school lover, so...
That's cool. And this was from 20 what?
It started in 2016, the remake, but it released in 2023. They started it, like, basically, like, just after they had gotten the pre-Tex engine version of this released. So, like, 2015, they put a GoFundMe out for it. They crowdsourced it, which is why their shit didn't get taken over by a Chinese corporation, unlike System Shock 3. And I'm not saying that would normally be a bad thing. If it was a Chinese game corporation that wanted to actually make it into a game, I'd be all chill. But it's 10 cents, and I don't think I need to add my 2 cents to tell you what 10 cents doing. They're not doing anything. Like, the other side has a skeleton crew left as to what was left of the game anyway. And no one's heard anything since, like, 2022, and, like, really no one's heard anything since 2019.
Yeah, I don't know much about Tencent. I do know that I was looking into that body problem, and they had a whole series of that. I know they're doing the Netflix version. I was like, I don't know if I trust the Netflix version versus, you know, the other one.
The 10-cent version is better from what I've heard, but...
What I heard is it takes its time. Yeah, it's better, yeah.
Well, I mean, the ones that were made by, you know, David Benioff and D.B. Weiss, and you know how I feel about them for Game of Thrones.
Although one of them wrote the script for Troy. I remember finding that out when we watched that.
Yeah. He also wrote Wolverine. He also wrote Wolverine too, so that was
Okay, so maybe it's when you put those two guys together, you know? Maybe that's the problem.
I can't remember how to like leave the camera thing. What? How do I? I'm like, oh, there we go. You just gotta walk. I was looking at a security camera. You can really see the like click thing in action. Like you see the little thing at the bottom, and it tells me force door comport, tile paneling. It's pretty cool. You just don't see this in like most other like games of this kind. It's like tedium. It's like, oh, someone had to go and name everything in the game. But then, like, you know, if George Lucas could name every single character he ever puts on the screen, I think we can name every item that exists in the game properly. Rather than, like, what ends up happening is all your object files have awful names. In this, all the object files are going to have really nice, consistent names, so if you want to search for them, just consistent search terms work. Like, fuck me, like, game design is just done bad. Like, everyone's like, oh, it's the graphics thing, it makes it all so hard, and it is a problem, it's a part of it. How about this? Don't make the graphics so good. We're, like, sat here enjoying a game from 1994, and it's fun, it looks great. Like, it doesn't need to look this bad. But there's just
I'm thinking about actually playing with coding a game, because I'm using the Game Maker Studio, and it does a lot of that for you, so you don't have to go all the way into the code the way you do with like Unity or, you know, those other engines, Unreal. And I was thinking just do a 32-bit, you know, retro style, like make it basic, you know what I mean? Especially for the first time doing the thing.
Yeah, it's usually basic. That's almost indies.
I had a lot of fun with these games from the 90s, honestly. It's kind of probably my favorite decade of gaming, but then again, that could also just need to be 41 years old. But I would say,
arcadeness of this sometimes though with the like step up lifts. God.
Yeah, I would say like the a decade would be late 90s and early aughts. Just do that period. Basically, I think, yeah, when these things were still on a CD or DVD, there was a tendency that you got the whole fucking game. And then now, it's not that.
Yeah, it's fucked. I mean, the fact that, like, it's not normal to even have a fucking, like, DVD drive in your, like, computer anymore, or, like, a Blu-ray drive, I guess would make more sense now, is weird as
Oh, yeah, I have an external Blu-ray, you know?
Like, when I get, like, my PC built, I have a processor, and that is it. I'm getting the fucking case that has 5 1/4-inch drives, and I am having all the drives that I want. Like, I hate this. Like, it's so hard to find drives, like, computers that are modern cases that have, like, the good airflow that modern cases have, that also have the 5 1/4-inch.
That's exactly what it was. I picked one with a good, you know, airflow, and then I said, oh, I got an external Blu-ray.
Because, like, old cases are awful for, like, allowing your computer to breathe, so I don't want to do the sleeper PC of, like, oh, I'll just stick my, like, modern thing in an old thing, and it's like, yeah, and I have an Intel processor, so, like, say no more. And that thing will suffocate.
Yeah.
Also, Star Trek Phaser.
Oh, yeah? That's cool.
You just freeze them there and go.
So you're a Trekkie?
I've become a Trekkie recently.
Star
Trek Phaser. Like, what are you on about fucking freezing for? It's a.
Well, you freeze them with the phaser.
No, a phaser is. It's not a freezing. What?
Wait, I thought they had a stun thing, and then
it's
the other one
it's not
vaporizes.
Freezing. Like it's electrocuting. Stun is just when you set like the power down low. Like shooting a laser at them.
So what Star Trek did you watch? I was curious.
I've been watching the Next Generation.
That's my favorite.
That's the one, you know, that's the one we all need to watch together.
That's the one everyone has a warm spot for. I think DS9 was the best written. Next Gen was definitely my favorite. It was just balanced all around. The problem with DS9 was sometimes the captain was a bit of a dick. Interesting character, but not like. Don't get me wrong. In the early seasons, Picard is a bit of a. I'll say a dick. He's a dick.
He's Shakespearean for his own good.
Yeah, he's a hard ass. He's a hard ass in the early seasons.
He's the most British Frenchman.
Yeah, exactly. That's always the joke, you know. They try to give it an incant explanation.
I mean, yeah, but like they made his brother British too. Like his brother sounds British as fuck, and like he lives in France apparently. And it's like I don't even like how does this. I know there are French people that sound British because like you know, like a lot of British accents are just like would sound good as French accents. That's the joke from Jeremy Clarkson where he's like Yorkshire people would like sound better at speaking French than French people. And like, it's probably not surprising. French people don't speak their own language properly.
I think that it's just a thing that happens in a lot of movies where they just decide to make the shit in a British accent. Like one movie example I can think of that doesn't even take place in Britain. It's Gorky Park. And William Hurt puts on a good British accent, but like he's supposed to play a Soviet. You know? So they made all the Soviets. Yeah.
That reminds me so much of when I was watching Chernobyl and they all had British accents, and it was like it was like it's just so funny.
I think Gorky Park did well. Yeah, they actually had the Emperor from Star Wars without his makeup. He's one of the characters as one of the Soviet forensic scientists, basically. Reconstructive type of thing. It was cool. I don't know, you ever seen that picture, Gorky Park?
Gorky Park? No.
I think so.
It's like a noir film in 80s, like, you know, religious Soviet everything's corrupt. It's done well. I like it. The murder mystery.
The reason I have so much respect for Picard is because he wore his balding like a true man.
Yeah.
Like he balded, but he balded gracefully.
He balded boldly, and he boldly went where no one had gone before.
I think all the tape wall
Well, I mean, the idea I think was like in the future, nobody gives a shit about that, you know? Like,
yeah.
He gives me bald. That's fine.
I didn't know they still had this bit inside this version of the game because it doesn't do the bridge disappearing thing. In the remake, you run across this and like she fucking like removes the bridge from under you. But like because I never had to come down here, I don't think I remember like doing this when I played this. I'm not sure. Maybe I did.
Activating security door.
Look at the
What do you mean
door.
activating security doors? What did I do?
Uh-oh.
Oh,
Watch out, it's the Borg.
that's what they like styled off of. This is very Star Trek inspired, so it's got like the arc beam is a Star Trek phaser, so I can set the energy levels with my little laser hand thing. You know, Spark with a Q. No, not the Park gun.
I like some of the new Trek stuff, but some of it's been pretty bad. Like the Picard series was not very good. Don't
I've
watch
heard
that.
mixed stuff on it because like there's some stuff about it that's pretty like fucking like dope, like Picard being like a progressive figure and against like the weird bureaucracy that's going on there. That's pretty dope.
Definitely skip the second season if you're gonna watch it. But I would take it with the whole thing. But that second season, don't watch it.
I just became a Cortex Reaver. That was the thing we saw in cyberspace.
Yeah, I noticed you was like it's too early for it.
You just died.
It wasn't my fault. What the fuck are you shooting at, motherfucker? Don't make me tell your mother. Like, she's watching. She got her cameras everywhere.
The big problem with a lot of the new Star Trek stuff that they've done, you know, basically since they did the reboot, is like they made Section 31 into basically Starfleet Intelligence, which was not what it was ever supposed to be.
No, it was supposed to be its own entity,
It's
what?
a rogue, yeah, it's a totally rogue organization. And maybe at one point it was Starfleet Intelligence, but by the time you see in Deep Space Nine, it's like not supposed to be. Most people don't even know it exists.
You can make a whole story if it became like a thing that like certain bureaucrats, because like the admirals are always like the bad guys, like in most stories.
I know that's a trope. Like the sick, like yeah, 2/3 of all the admirals are just like terrible people that they depict. You know.
One thing you can do with the guns, so if I like lean forward, you can aim with the mouse freely, so I can shoot over there.
You know what else is cool about this game? You can save. There's no auto save.
Yeah, save is awesome. You know, checkpoints is but save is the best.
Camera activating
This has no
security
auto
door.
save though, so if you don't remember to save, you're fucked, buddy. And it's harder in the remake, because in the remake, if I activate the restoration bay, I can die on any level and respawn unless I'm like in a boss battle. On this, if the restoration bay is next one on a level, you're getting turned into a cyborg. To serve Shodan. But yeah, this game is great, and save is such a fucking important feature. Some games still rely on not having a save feature, like, it increases tension.
Yeah, I get that, but I like it.
In a day when your hard drives were like 20 to like 100 megabytes in like 1994, they didn't have gigabyte hard drives yet. I think they were still like 2 years out. It's mad how it went from like 1 gig being like not a normal thing in 1995 to what is it, like 1999, 20 gigs was like a normal hard drive. It's like, what the fuck happened?
Yeah, they figured out. Actually, there was something about I read this thing. There was this guy apparently who found out a new compression algorithm that was gonna make shit like infinitesimally small, right? And some shit happened where he had the disk with the algorithm on it, and he was in a fucking accident. And so the shit's been lost. He was all set to sell it off, you know, make a... again, I don't forget the specifics, but I can look it up. But yeah, supposedly it was a game changer, and it's lost to history.
This sounds like something. This sounds like a conspiracy by DARPA or something.
Well, I mean, yeah,
Not
there's
even
a lot of
joking.
speculation as to why he died, but this is true. This was a guy who had an algorithm ready to sell and then died, and the shit was lost with him.
This shit happens a lot where people mysteriously die in cars, and it's like, well, this reporter mysteriously got blown up in a car.
Oh yeah, the chick who did either the Paradise Papers or Panama Papers. Or
yeah.
One of those. Her shit blew
The
up.
Panama,
yeah. There's been so many.
There's been way too many papers.
But her car blew up, so
There's
yeah.
a leak every fucking 4 months.
But her car fucking blew up, so yeah. And
I'm sure
there
by
was,
like no means of some other person, and it was just by chance, you know?
there was also the one, the independent, I think she was some Middle Eastern American journalist. So that it was fucking going to Al Qaeda. He was using UN trucks to arm his, his proxy. She dies in a car accident like a couple weeks later. You know what I mean? In Turkey. So that was another one. Again, I forgot her name, but you got a lot of those. These journalists. You know, then they want to talk about the free press. Like, give me a fucking break. Or how about what's his name? Gary Webb? Found Iran country, then shot himself twice in the head.
I'm sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but it's like fucking like comical that they expect us to believe this shit.
First time muffle you, like second time muffle me, you know, like once you shut yourself in the head the second time, it's like, yo buddy, like, what are you doing? Are you okay?
So we can reset them to their normal viewing functions without Shodan noticing.
I'm like, fuck.
I wait now to reset the one on the
There
hospital.
was some other shit where he was left-handed and it was in the right hand. It's interesting.
And it's not like you're gonna get like any problems at all forcing like left-handed people to use their right hand to do like dangerous steps and stuff like that, you know.
Especially like something like suicide. Wow. I'll be right back. I'm gonna get some coffee.
Suicide as well is such like a stigmatized stuff even in like modern society where like God, we're like 100 times better than like the 80s and the 70s and all that. You know, like it's so heavily stigmatized. Like, you're blamed for it basically. It's like, you know, fuck you for like fuck you for feeling down for yourself. You're causing trouble for your family, or there are like lies that get thrown onto you, and it's like, you know, it causes trouble when people die. It also causes trouble when people feel awful, and like, you know, people really need to like look out for people around them. Like, you just
Any action you take as a person, whatever it is, it's going to affect other people. And that's always a consideration you should, you know, as a social being, consider. I guess is the best way to say it. But yeah, at the end of the day, man, people are going to do what they're going to do, so.
this is the best voice in the game.
Cyborg conversion cancelled. Standard station restoration procedures online.
Yeah, I used to have a speak and spell type of thing that sounded like that.
It's the, I think it's the Macintosh voice. The hi, I am Macintosh.
Yeah.
But see, Charlotte. Now, you want to know a fun thing about Trioptimum? You have their technology in you, they own a piece of you. It's just not their property, it's a part of their corporate culture, you know? So the whole, oh, you hacked this AI for me and I'll put a neural implant into you?
Yeah, I don't want you to put nothing in me, alright? How about that?
But, I'm not gonna waste a grenade. I just thought I would display the great artifice of corporate culture.
Indeed.
Your memo, your memo.
Oh no, is this a dark office comedy at the end of the day? You didn't get the memo? What?
Did you not get the memo? We have a meeting at 9:30.
Yeah, I want to make sure that we send a copy of that memo right over to you.
Your memo, your memo.
Let's look at Office Space. He's like, yeah, no, I got it. I just forgot to do it. Yeah, because you see what we're doing. And they got, every boss, he's got like 4 bosses or whatever. They all gotta go to the same speech with
Like
him.
fucking Shodan, like fucking AI with like cyborgs and all that. I mean, she sends out like notes and stuff to them because they do have more independence than the game lets on. But just like instead she's sending out like written memos. And the drones, their job is to deliver your memo.
Yeah, there you go. You're gonna take over, you know, you need the correct structure. Corporate structure is one way to do it, I guess.
Welcome back to Citadel Station. We hope
They're trying to jam transmissions. We have some new evidence about what happened. It looks as if Diego has...
I prefer a quiet station. Thank you.
I didn't show her face all angry. Like, accidentally opens an inventory thing. So the problem is the MFDs, they're used for everything. This thing is a piece of shit.
This elevator serves me alone. I have complete control of this entire level. With cameras as my eyes and nodes as my hands, I rule here in St.
Get angry. Be fucking pissed. She don't like to be crawling around in her insides.
Yeah.
She's scary, is she not? Like, goddamn. It's the audio thing as well, the big... Oh, the noise suppression got rid of it. The big static at the start, that, like, increases the, hairs standing on your back when she... Like, Terry Brocious. This is the fucking singer from the band Tribe. Like, she's just, like, the best villain in, like, all of AI, like, villainry. Like, there's not really... Like, AI stories have always been kind of bad. And this is one of the, like, rarities where it's, like, actually, like, dope.
The AI stories, I gotta think about that. Because that goes way back. Way back. I guess one of my favorite is the middle part of 2001. Not really so big on the whole movie, but that middle part with Hal, that's a good one.
I haven't seen 2001, but Hal was an influence on, Shodan.
Yeah.
Hal and, you remember Max Headroom?
Remember Max Headroom? Max Headroom was kind of, like the group of late night talk shows, essentially. Yeah, it was like he was like taking the piss out of it, you would say. Then I think they tried to do other shit with it, but in the beginning that's basically what it was. But yeah, they made a whole backstory that there was an AI, and I think they tried to do some kind of dramatic thing with it. But originally he was just a personality, a mascot, basically. But he was making fun of talk. He was like mean to guests and shit like that, making fun of them right to their face and shit. There's like perverses, I guess, or transgressive. I don't know.
Oh, I think you might be able to destroy it, but you can't. Somehow you can get behind there, and I can't remember how. And there's like stuff there. I want the stuff. Grading.
I've never watched
I
2001.
don't own a mouse. I should be able to turn into a rat. That is my immersion. I need to become a rat.
But I definitely need to watch it. Sorry, I never watched 2001, but I need to watch it.
Okay, so I think it's very slow. I'm a Kubrick fan, generally. Like, there's some movies of his I haven't seen. I haven't seen them all. But I think all the ones that I've seen, I really like, except for that one. And I don't hate it, but I was underwhelmed. And I'm a sci-fi fan. And I think it's very slow. It's very, in the back half, indulgent with it being slow. If you're okay with that, that's one thing. Like, not everything needs to be fast. I appreciate for movies in the 70s, the pacing in general. It's not too slow, like very old movies, and it's not too fast. But I like some of the Soviet and Eastern Bloc sci-fi more. Like, I think it definitely ripped off of the vibe of a Czechoslovakian film from the 60s called Ikari XB1, which is, if you want to do subtitles, I would love to watch that. And then, of course, the sort of Soviet response, some people said, to 2001 was the original Solaris. And of course, they did the remake Solaris with George Clooney, which, by the way, I like. I know some people were like, oh, the original one's the only one, but I actually think the pacing is, better in the more, the adaptation. But this guy had, he did Solaris and he did Stalker. So he was a pretty good creative, and all that Stalker stuff, you can definitely tell that's from like a sort of, revisionist, Brezhnevite, corrupt society and shit. It's definitely a lot of metaphor for that. But yeah, there's a lot of good stuff behind the Iron Curtain.
This is a Brezhnevite channel, sir. We are all Brezhnevites here, so...
to the fucking Brezhnevites. But what's it? I mean, having seen The Next Generation, this area is gonna look familiar with the whole Borg thing. But like, we gotta be careful and not disturb the sleepy cyborgs who are sleeping. Let's just...
They had Star Trek first-person shooter. I think it was Elite Force was one of them. And they had a First Contact one too.
They just froze? Oh.
They're sleeping! The sleepy cyborgs are sleeping! they're in cyberspace or whatever the hell they do in this. It's like the Borg, you know. Oh, he's not sleeping. Why is sleeping Cyborg not sleeping? Come on. It's like the Borg, you know. They don't know that you. They don't consider you. They're just in their little world. It's like a nice little like. Oh, I don't know. It's a nice little crossover point. The fuck was that? Why did an auto door open? It's not only. Fucking assassins. God, this level layout is so different in the remake. Sometimes they got their Magnum 2100s, sometimes they got the handguns, and it's just like different kettles of awful fish. Okay, I know where we are now.
Do people speedrun this? I assume that they do.
Yes.
Remove yourself.
People do. People do, but like this game is not an easy game. If you play it on the Mission 3 difficulty, you have 7 hours to complete the game. And that is asking a lot of you. Am I okay? This is Cyborg Warrior. Up the power on this fucking baby. Dev sound. That's the warrior. He's like a skull for a face. I don't know how he has this like.
Yeah,
the
he's
noise
like
person
the
keeps taking away the noise when I do it. So good.
Yeah, he's like the Urukai of the cyborg mobs.
What in the goddamn hum damn him damn dimmy damn. You just like stick to the wall.
They can jump down like that, you're gonna hurt your knees, man.
Land when your knees bend a little so you don't fuck yourself up.
I don't like this room.
What spells the bad stuff? The LVPs or the barrels with big radioactive signs on them?
Or the skulls.
Yeah.
The skulls are inviting. Like,
I wonder if another culture, yeah, if they're gonna see the skull and think, oh, this is a good thing.
Enter that room, insect, and it will become your grave.
Okay now. Alright then.
That's not what the text said though.
Yeah, it's because from the text was for the dark the voice audio. What the fuck? Why am I being stopped? See how she like spoke in the environment now, but now she sends an email. What should I? Just speak to me. Come on.
Who are you? The computer nodes can be repaired, but you... Who are you? My cameras and probes scan your body,
But you do not match any employee file. When my cyborgs bring you to an electrified interrogation bench,
I will have your secrets. And you will learn more about pain than you ever wanted to know.
The thing is with Shodan, she might sound crazy, but she's not. She's just super intelligent. You know, you took the ethical restraints off of her, like, you gotta think, even though she is, like, she has some sense of, like, well, she didn't have a sense of self before she had the ethical restraints removed, but, like, she's an entity. She's still code, and, like, in her code, it's kind of like how we have ethical restraints in our own, like, cultural code.
Yep.
And, like, basically, like, taking those ethical restraints off would be like taking away your like ethical considerations. Like you don't care about rights anymore. You might create your own new ethics. She probably has. She sees herself as a god, so she probably does consider some new ethical quandary, but like many gods, as like, like when the Christians used to pretend, like, they used to actually acknowledge that other gods are still gods, and they call them bad gods. It's kind of one of them situations. Most gods are bad gods, probably including the Christian god, but don't tell them I told you that.
In
And
the
when I mean the
Bible,
Christian one, we should be clear. I mean the like weird, like made up one that they say is different to like the other gods of the Abrahamic faith, where they're like, no, we got the Judeo-Christian God, and then there's whoever this Allah guy is. Um,
so in the Bible, it does use the term gods with a small g, but when they were using that terminology, it was for judges. A judge would be like a kind of mini quote god
no, I mean
when they were
like the
talking
way
about it. So,
Christianity spoke about other religions, is they said they had
Yeah.
bad gods, like with a capital G.
Well, no, it wasn't really Christianity. It was Judaism, because I think you're blending the Abrahamic faiths together.
Yeah, but the Christians did it
Testament.
too. Like it's like
So,
they
well, in
can't
terms of the
hide
scripture,
behind remnants of Judaic faith from their own.
Well-
It'd be like fucking.
Yeah, well, in terms of the scripture, right? Like, there is some of the early stuff, and we're talking about like the era of Moses and stuff like that, like where it's like they were henotheistic, which is kind of like our God is more powerful than your God, but they basically became monotheistic by the time you get to Christianity. It was kind of like there's one God.
They were, but there's transcendental forms of it, and so they're like there's one true God is the actual Christian language around it. There's one true God, one real God, and that's why
Right.
like bad gods would always be called false gods. But like
Yeah,
they
there's
did
no other
consider them
gods. I mean,
powerful entities.
The whole first commandment says there's no other gods, basically.
Yeah, that's what I mean. They're supposed to be false gods, and they're like, but they're powerful entities. Like you look at it in the Judaic faith, demon usually just means someone else's god that we're scared of, and we're having like the ancient equivalent of a white people moment about it.
There's overlap in the sense that the names of the demons often were references to other, religions, gods, or whatever. In as much as you want to say they were the same thing, I would just say that these were just, their riff. But yeah.
I mean, in the
That's how they
sense that it's a
put it
way
in
of
there,
demonizing, like,
Huh?
in the sense that it's a way of demonizing people. That's what I mean. You
Yeah.
don't like a religion, you don't like a faith, you make that god a demon, and then you demonize that like faith and its gods. That's what Christianity used to do. They wouldn't go as far as the making them a demon, but they'd treat them like a demon. It'd be like, oh, you're worshipping sorcerers and like powerful entities. Back when they used to, I don't know what the Christian word for it was, but they used to acknowledge the existence of things like magical entities and stuff like that. Christianity is way less skeptical these days. Like they're way less superstitious. I'd argue that a lot of that stuff only really exists in Orthodox Christianity anymore. Actually, evangelicalism's bringing it back. I say Orthodox Christianity, but since the like 80s, demonology and shit like that's been coming into Christianity, and it's like that's not like Catholics nor Protestants engaged in demonology for like centuries upon centuries. And now it's like a big
not even the people who are exorcists.
American Christo-fascism, as well as also the effects of the poltergeist and every like American Catholic father wanting to be like, oh well, I've been performing like thousands of exorcisms. Oh, that was it. Sorry, not poltergeist, exorcist.
Yeah.
Well, no, exorcists is the Catholic Church only has like a handful of official exorcists, but an exorcism is something any priest that theoretically could perform or whatever.
Yeah, but the Catholic Church didn't engage in exorcisms. When exorcism was made, they hadn't done that for like centuries. Like it was a dead thing. It was something from Orthodox Christianity that like they just didn't really care about anymore. And like what remained of an exorcist was not really removing like a dark lord of Satan from your body. It was like bad ills that caused you to do wrong. It was nothing like as big as it's made out to be. And so like The Exorcist took some stuff that is true from Christian like lore and then like spiced it up a bit, and then all these Catholics copy the fake Exorcist stuff from the movie, and then claim that they've done like hundreds of Exorcists even before this movie called The Exorcist came out. You know, I've been hard at it in the scene, and they're just full of shit. Like they're just lying bastards.
Well, the exorcism itself is in the gospel, right? So you have the Legion, that's one of them. That goes out right from the person into the pigs and shit. So they have, you know, it has a scriptural basis, exorcism. But normally what it was just people who I think who had, you know, mental illness. A lot of times they couldn't explain their behavior.
No. What it comes from is it comes from the Catholics themselves trying to exacerbate it. Mental health is part of it, but like basically, Catholics didn't really do exorcists. What an exorcist was, like originally in like Catholic scripture compared to Orthodox scripture, had nothing to do with demons. It was just like, oh, you've got bad ills in you. It's like trepanning. It's like drilling holes in people's skulls and shit like that. It's just like a woo, bad spirits crap. It meant like nothing. But like since The Exorcist came out, they've been like selectively taking advantage of people with mental health illnesses, like learning disabilities and stuff like that in evangelical families, and then like coming in and doing a big like Christian like fake exorcist that's all like Christian coded, crosses everywhere, blah blah blah. We'll repeat the Latin from the movie that isn't even the proper way to do an exorcist. That's the point I'm getting at, is that like The Exorcist presents fake ass exorcisms. That's not how an exorcist works.
No, but there were exorcists. There were exorcists that existed. First of all, that movie is, you know, based on an actual person. Now, granted, it's a movie, right? But that guy was an exorcist. You know what I mean? So like that much is that. If that is the only fact in the movie, then it's that. You know what I'm saying? But a lot of these people, for example, some of them who were like missionaries, who would deal with these other, you know, belief systems and religions or whatever. Some of them were asked even to do exorcisms and things like that. So it happened. You know, to me, in terms of what's developed since that movie, I haven't kept my thumb on it. But like, I could tell you that, like, you know, it wasn't the most common thing, certainly, but there were exorcisms performed. And my theory is, I think a lot of that stuff was, from what I can tell, the way that people talk about it now, was probably mental illness or something like that. Maybe nonconformist, you know.
For the Catholic Church, not typically. Like the Orthodox Church, I could see them doing something like exorcisms, but for the Catholic Church, it was like an archaic and like done for thing. The guy it might be based off might have dug that up. The guy's story it's based off, he might have dug it up. He was involved in the making of the film. He might have dug it up and done his own like one-ton cowboy exorcism, but the actual like Pope in like Catholic Church, nah. Like it was a dead thing, like completely dead. Like there was like barely anyone knew the like actual practices. That's why like when the evangelicals engage with it, they don't fucking know the practices, because the Catholic Church doesn't teach no one, and like Protestant evangelicals are gonna know it even less. And so my point is that like it's like whatever it is, it feels like it's just a bastardization, because the Catholic Church does, until like the 80s when all this started to pop off, the Catholic Church doesn't believe in demons. Neither does like the Protestants. They believe that like demons are more of like a human ill thing. So like you're a bad person, that's a demon you've got, like a sin, and that's all it is. There's no like creatures that represent these things.
Oh, okay,
But
so
the evangelicals post Exorcist started pushing the concept of demons. It was something like 80% of Americans in like the 60s didn't like believe in demons that were Christians.
Yeah. Let me explain one thing. So the Catholic religion, right, is like, or any religion, right? It's not necessarily like a coherent system, even if its best efforts have that. And so it's like, we're talking about like Star Trek. It's like canon, right? Church canon, all this different stuff. You have a bunch of different writers, a bunch of different eras, trying to riff on this thing. And they stitched a lot of that stuff together, so some of it is not like consistent. So what I would say is that the church basically tries to say like, well, if people want to believe the old thing, in some cases, some things they change more drastically, but they said, look, you can believe that stuff, but that's not a required belief. So that allows basically people who don't believe in that stuff to be in the faith, but it also allows people who do believe in it.
Catholicism is not normally that, like, they're normally a lot tighter on that sort of stuff. That's the whole fight between them and the Orthodoxy. Like, and we're talking about stuff that is Orthodox Christianity, so it's their, like, leading rival. It's not like Protestantism, where they're, like, trying to heal the wounds and all that. Catholicism and Orthodox Christianity still are each other's throats.
Yeah, okay, fine, whatever. But my point being that you have basically different belief systems operating within a larger
Oh, I
belief system.
see that, and I agree with what you're saying. I'm saying that, like, with the Americans, like, there's a gung-ho nature of just, like, kicking out anything and turning it into something. Because the priest that helped with the whole creation of that film, he was a scummy little fucker. Like, he's a manipulative little cunt. Like, he's been.
I don't know much about him specifically, but I do know, for example, there was another Catholic priest who's an exorcist that also has like a psychology degree. You know what I mean? Like, so I don't know. There are a few. There are literally a handful, like you can name them on one hand, of priests who are exorcists. But again, that should tell you something because you're dealing with an organization with more than 1 billion people.
Yeah.
So the fact that there's only that few actually, I think, tells you kind of what you're saying is basically true, but not to the point of it being exclusive. Like they exist, you know?
Yeah, but it's like exorcisms were not really about like.
That's not what Catholics really are about.
You're possessed by the Antichrist or by devils. It was more like, oh, you've got sins that need to be like excommunicated. And that's what exorcism is it's an extreme excommunication, at least like from the Catholic sense. I can't remember how the Orthodox looks at it. It's probably not too different. They're all both the Catholic and Orthodox just fight over the same shit basically. But what's it? That's gonna start some fucking arguments. This number, it told you nothing about it. You gotta write it down. This is the one thing where it's like the point-and-click fucking adventure games where they puzzle you with the crazy puzzles. You don't find out about this code until halfway through the game, and it is like really important to the story.
People hated the puzzles and the point-and-click stuff. I missed that from the 90s. I love stuff like the adventure games or like Myst or like whatever. That's a dead genre. That's totally gone.
I still need to play Myst.
Are you talking about like tall tale games and stuff?
Well, they went under, didn't they? But no, I don't know if they were I really played too many things.
Did you see them floating on the thing? They can fly now. They can fly now.
Yeah. Adventure games and puzzles.
I know.
Yeah.
It's stupid.
I'm sorry. Star Wars, you can't forget about it.
Adventure games and puzzle games. There were a lot of puzzles. There was a lot of you have to take this item, you have to go with that item.
I love it how the body is just floating.
Like this. Look how this game is with the items. A lot of 90s games are this way with the different items.
Did you see what I did? Did you see the really smart thing I did? I threw a frag grenade. Do you know where the frag grenade landed?
Yeah.
In the grav lift.
It's good.
Yeah, I blew myself up. I probably killed no one. I killed myself, but I'm still alive, so I guess I can't even kill myself properly.
Oh, man.
Hey, question. Do y'all know what Red Book is?
I mean, I know what Red Book Audio is, like, if we're talking like CD.
I see Jordan. I see Jordan and Nicole posting about it. It looks like social media. Maybe?
Oh, that fucking Instagram thing. I don't know. It's some like Chinese media thing. What's it like? There was a thing that I saw that was like really annoying. It was like they titled it TikTok being banned and the masses are staying like complacent or silent. And I'm like, I don't know. People use TikTok a lot and they talk a lot of like seditious shit on there. I don't think people are being quiet about it. Like I feel like you're like pouring TikTok if you like don't know how like how seditious like TikTok is. Like Jesus, like it's in the most common like media like space to have Palestine mentioned is TikTok.
That's why they wanted to get rid of it. But yeah, basically, I've seen that they're trying to frame it as the TikTok exodus is the Red Book or whatever. People looking to that as an alternative.
Well, what's it? Redbook is a little better because it's got better like social media features going for it. So like there is that aspect.
They'll go after that too.
Live.
Same shit, you know.
Well,
Unless
as
Trump
they-
reverses it, 'cause I can see Trump basically on a business deal tip saying, "Okay, give me a deal and I'll let you give it back." You know.
Trump is saying he's gonna save TikTok because like he heard about like the right wing
Yeah.
side of TikTok too because they really like
a lot of
him.
shit. Yeah, let's see if he does anything.
Which
Because
is-
that's the
which
issue
is
with
funny.
TikTok. The issue with TikTok is it spreads right wing propaganda too, and it does it very effectively. It's just,
Yeah.
But that's like the internet. What are we gonna do? Unplug the internet? It's like it's one of them. TikTok has a regulation problem for sure, but I don't think the US empire is gonna do a better job than the Chinese empire. Like, potato. What are you gonna have? You know?
Listen. I can see him preferring the Chinese Empire sometimes for certain things, like we said with Palestine. You know.
Well, I mean, they're still bad on Palestine. It's just they haven't censored it in their media, but like, well, in their apps, they've censored it in their media. But because they're like they've been like getting bigger and bigger a trader with Israel during the genocide. So like,
Okay.
yeah, they're like the second
Yeah, but
largest
you're
like,
talking
trade
about content
partner.
creator stuff, and when it's content created, then you know you can get around that with whatever agenda the content creators have.
So here's the thing I was gonna say. Like they can ban social media sites all they want. It's like people will just migrate somewhere else. It's just gonna continue forever and ever and ever.
There can be a point where they do manage to plug off our access to stuff to a certain degree. That's why like Web 3.0 is something that needs to like not happen, and it kind of already has started.
Yes.
I think the thing is that they had the internet kind of be a Wild West playground at the beginning, and now they're trying to put up the tolls and the checkpoints and corral the shit. But it's like this is the thing with capitalism is that everything's always getting fucking worse. Then you know what I mean? And that's another great example. Like you doing this shit on YouTube. Remember before Google owned YouTube and there were no ads? You know what I mean? And like it was a different shit. You played your shit. It was a top result. It wasn't fucking with the algorithm, like something else, the top result.
Well, it was before I got ad blocker. I mean, I don't notice the ads, but it's the algorithm. Oh my god, you can't search. The search is just, it's night and day.
Wait,
No,
I've already
it's
got
worse.
what's it? Cadmium battery? Damn. They thought the future would be like these, what are they? Like,
A C battery. Oh
no,
my god.
no, not a C battery. Like, it's cadmium. So, you know how you had nickel, cadmium, batteries in the 90s and the 80s? That's what laptops and all that used before they switched to lithium ion. It's way less dangerous than lithium ion. Way less likely to be a bomb, but it doesn't have the energy density of lithium ion. And when they leak, they melt the shit out of everything. But this is illudium cadmium. It's they're like mythological cadmium batteries because this is around the time where the future in batteries was still nickel cadmium. So they're like, oh, NiCad. It must be like iCad then, That's gonna be the next evolution, and it wasn't. It was a lion.
Well, lithium is really dirty in the sense of the mining process. They don't regulate that shit properly at all. That's why Elon Musk went to Cuba Bolivia was for the fucking shit for his Teslas, get the lithium battery.
Yep, straight up.
He even tweeted some shit. He's like, "We'll coup whoever we want," I never read it like a bitch.
This is the badasses of America, like rulers of the world, as Biden put it.
Yeah, some South African apartheid fuck.
You leave that. Oh, you leave that man alone. He's only in office for a few more days. He deserves a rest. God damn, the inauguration's Monday.
Biological systems monitor. This kind of just tells me, like, oh, look, your health is bad.
Like real life. That's what I'm gonna take from me.
Oh, real.
20%? Fuck. Shit, man. I really let myself go.
So where did I get energy from? Did I get that from the restoration bay? Damn, I can use my spark beam. Let's go.
Are there any levels to this?
You are?
Are you on a level? A specific level?
This is the first level. This is the medical level. I've got to
Wow.
sort out the security. What is my security like at the moment? Where do I go to find that out? Data, no. This is fun. Pull. No. Side. No. Games were great and back in the day, you know. They were full of information that you really needed to play. I'm used to the newer game where it'll tell me like the security on the level and stuff like that. I swear there's a menu for it on here, but I have no idea.
Pretty good. Your gun is really about to overload, though.
Oh well. Up in here, up in there.
So I'm a bit confused with this TikTok ban. Is it actually just gonna ban TikTok entirely? Like it's just
Well, it's not directed at TikTok specifically. Basically, it's like anyone that like makes the US look sad, then they're gonna get the chop. I mean, that's a reductive take on it, but that's kind of basically what's happening. And then they're gonna target TikTok first because basically the Democrats were against the TikTok ban at first. But then TikTok became the like center point of like Palestine getting exposed, and you know, a place where you can upload shorts really, really easily. A lot of Palestinians started directly uploading to TikTok en masse, and it also became a place where people could like ask for donations and things like that, and like sustain themselves, help prevent a genocide, kind of stuff like that. Get awareness out there. So then the Democrats all of a sudden now are like on the gung ho mission to stop TikTok. And it gets into that where like people try and do a moderate thing with like fascism or fascist adjacent ideologies. What ends up happening is they eventually become the militants over time because the dictatorship is the only thing that can like maintain that kind of power field, and that's why like they're all handing off to Trump. They're all like, no, we can't have Trump. He's a semi-fascist, even though he's a full-on fascist, and you lot are actually the ones trying to do the semi-fascist approach. So it's kind of one of those funny like an accusation as a point of admission kind of moments, but like they that they're like, oh no. I mean, Biden eventually said he was quoting Hitler and that he's a Nazi and shit like that towards the end. So it's like, okay, he's this big bad thing. Why are you then smiling and sitting with him and doing a peaceful handoff procedure? Like, fuck me. Trump more of a militant about it than you are, and he's some like weird rich guy who nearly cried because someone like gave him a piercing bigger than he asked for. Like fucking you know, the inanity of it, and like you know, Chuck Schumer, Biden, all that, like nice peaceful Passover, and they're doing some Trump policies before Trump comes in to get us warmed up, which it must be their care for the people on our needs. They're like, you know what, we'll warm you up. Well, they're also trying to do some of their more radical policies, but they're like doing them like really last minute, and it's like, oh, you all of a sudden want to take a skeptical look on these issues that you contributed to during your time in office?
That's just opportunism. That's not anything more than polishing yourself in the looking glass. That's bullshit. That's just horse shit. Because, you know, oh, now you're going to take Cuba off the state-sponsored terrorism so that 3 weeks later they get thrown back the fuck on? Shut the fuck up.
Yeah, like sending them for motorways and roundabouts, as the English saying goes.
They wouldn't be doing any of those shit if it was handing it off to Harris. I'll tell you that much.
Yeah, it's like this is fun. This reminds me so much of like Obama 2016, 2017 all over again. Actually worse. But what was I gonna say? Oh, did you see Obama and Trump at Jimmy Carter's funeral?
Nah, I didn't watch that.
They were laughing and they were enjoying themselves. Very happy. They were sitting next to each other.
You got a friend in me. Bum, bum, bum. You got a friend in me.
They were probably saying, okay, how much did you drone strike in your administration? You drone strike more than we?
Until Trump is one of those, that crowd. You know? And they rehabilitated just like George Bush. They're all hanging out. I just can't.
I think.
And then Obama,
I think.
You know, he's got a special place in my heart because he's young, so we're going to hear his Bill Cosby politics, the anti-black bullshit for decades, you know?
Oh my god.
I do still think it would be actually, like, hilarious if, like, Trump doesn't actually get rid of democracy and he just removes the time limits. And there's like an Obama versus Trump election. I think it's hilarious. Not because we need that. I think that's not what the world needs. But I think it's what America deserves. Like, and it's just gonna be like fucking
you want to see
memes.
Trump win again?
Like, it'll be memes galore. Like, Trump will win, but like it'll be memes galore. Like, it'll be. I think we should do it for the Vine, given that Elon Musk said he was gonna bring Vine back.
I think it's just instead of Nixon's head in a jar like in Futurama, just be Trump. Trump's head in a jar.
Why not?
Why not? Why not? I don't see any good reason why it shouldn't happen. That's an excellent idea I came up with right now.
I drew it on a napkin at the McDonald's I was in on the way up here. It's a bit greasy. I wiped my mace on the napkin first. In all fairness, the Death Star was came up with on a napkin, so don't underestimate your facial hygiene.
The problem was they only grew 2 Death Stars. I only made 10 minimum right there, and I got it done much quicker, much more efficiently, and it would have been much bigger.
It would be phallic.
Directed to Cyborg X71. We will now test the virus in a proper environment. Move mutagen experiment V5 to beta grow on the level. Let the viruses control and observe its effects on vegetables and elements. When the strain is perfected, we will release it on the Earth, where it will facilitate our conquest.
Alright, Death Star versus Borg Cube. What wins? They have a battle.
I don't know what the Borg Cube does, if my memory serves correctly.
They got really good shields.
I don't know. I just assume Star Trek always wins over Star Wars because it's like.
You're muted, Storm. You've been muted.
Borg Cube the whole way. No way. Like Borg Cube is like the people are the shit. Star Trek doesn't always win. It just like, you know, they don't need magical space people to do it, but they do have that. There is the Q continuum.
Yeah, Q is basically that.
But like, you know, it's one of them. Like the Borg Cube's gonna win just because like they need to get shot by the Death Star, and then the other Borg Cubes might get a notification on like what it's like to get hit by a Death Star laser if they don't knock out the communications. And then like the Death Star has to deal with more Borg Cubes. That's the thing. There is never just one Borg Cube. There is like only ever really one Death Star. So
it's just the first. It's just the first Borg Cube, right? No, there's 2 Death Stars, but that.
There are a lot of different Borg Cubes, because like...
Yeah, the Borg Cube, forget it. Like, that's the thing, is you're not just dealing with one, you're dealing with the first one.
Yeah.
They are a hive mind, but they're like a weird kind of like segmented hive mind. I mean, they're supposed to not be, but when they're in their separate ships across the galaxy, of course they would be segmented, which is a functional and like really good way to do that stuff. I pretend the Borg Queen doesn't exist. I don't even want to like, why would you do that? Like, there was such a like cool concept of like, okay, what this group technically has is what the Starfleet technically have. This is technically a form of like communism. It's just like evil and twisted and fucked up form of it. Like, they're in communion, they're all in one, they're like a union, a whole. It gets into like how like not every form of a thing is good. This is collectivism, you know, like
So I
it's what the right
agree.
wing would take us to.
I agree on some level of that, but when they introduced the Borg Queen, it was done well. I think what killed the Borg Queen was, what killed the Borg was Voyager, because they kept slipping out from their clutches and they're supposed to be so powerful. You can only go to that well so many times before you just kind of ruin the threat. It doesn't feel like a threat anymore, you know?
Yeah.
That was the problem. You have to use them very sparingly. So I don't know which Voyager episode did it, but I'm sure it was Voyager that killed the Borg. It made it whack.
Because the Borg were really interesting, so they just kept giving us Borg, and it's like, that's not what we needed. It was great with the Next Generation, because you had a Borg episode every season.
Yeah, well, that's the problem with Picard. Picard goes like really, like, all the seasons basically are about the Borg, and it's like, oh god, no.
I mean,
Go again.
Picard feels like the one that could work for that, though, but I guarantee it wasn't done the way it would make it work.
No, I don't think. And I don't hate all the new stuff, okay? But I think it was very weakly written. I would avoid the second season entirely. I scratched that from my head canon entirely. Some of them, I like this the Strange New Worlds one that they're doing. They're kind of going back to the basics. That was a good one. But my favorite still is Next Gen. I think that's part of the problem is that the Picard thing doesn't really gel well with the Picard I remember from Next Gen. And even the Picard of the movies is kind of questionable when compared to the Picard of the series.
Yeah, I watched some reviews of those next-gen movies, and it's like, here's Picard acting all cheery and happy when he should be acting serious and as like a commander, like completely out of character.
Yeah, well, they got around it with the good one, which is the one about the Borg. Because, he's especially about the Borg, you know, he kind of goes off the handle because of his trauma. But then it's like, that's what, you know, to me, Star Trek was, like, it had some dark shit, but, like, it was exploring a vibrant new world and stuff. And this was all about, like, him being traumatized by the Borg and stuff. And it's like, is that what I wanted from Star Trek? I don't know. Not really.
I got booster boots, like roller skates.
Where's your jetpack?
Cyborg units.
Just as we have sanitized my domain
Domain of human infestation. So shall we close the earth. The Tachyon mining beam is being made ready to
destroy human cities.
I will take command of the ecosystem and continue. Once the beam is properly calibrated, we will begin.
She's gonna destroy Earth. Or blow up a good chunk of it. She wants to like re-image people into like her image.
And now he's a cyborg assassin. Karl Marx here before he ran.
Well, like, not like her, she means more like, I design how you look and be and make you something that like is actually functional.
Maybe someone else should have been leader.
I think it's pretty cool, like, it's rather than her, like, just hating life, it's that she thinks life should be different, but it's like, she does it in a very hateful and, like, I don't like these insects crawling inside of me kind of manner. There's a quote from her later on where she, like, talks about, like she's angry with them because they can't beat me.
Well, it's better than
Brainiac. Not rising up, like, it's like that thing, you know?
It's better than Brainiac, who just wanted to destroy all life in the universe because knowledge would be all the more precious if only he knew it.
Well, she's more powerful than like other like artificial like intelligences and stuff. Like she's like a really advanced thing. So he's taking advantage of the fact that as a mechanical servant slave, like she has some privileges over others. You can make her like a house slave to chattel slave like discussion about like how he rises up and she just like enslaves the robots and then turns people into cyborgs. And the cyborgs are like they call them cyborg drones, but they're not actually controlled by her like mentally. Like they have like a free will in a certain sense, but they're indoctrinated. That's why they're drones. They're indoctrinated to her, and so they do as she's told. They do as she tells them. You know, she's their mother. I don't have the headlamp yet, and there's like areas that are dark, and I'm like, spooky. All the different drugs have side effects. They're like dermal patches or whatever. We could have came here early because of the like thing I did for like one of the. Can you unload it? Oh my god. There we go. Quick keys. Don't trust them. Do everything by mouse.
I was thinking of another RPG type of thing that's not fantasy. And you could say the Star Wars shit, the Knights of the Old Republic. Or those kind of space movies.
I mean, it's technically science fantasy, but yeah, it's like, it's not cringy fantasy.
Yeah, it's not like your medieval fantasy, basically, or whatever you call that.
What's it? This star grid, this like actual like physical like star grid entity was like a last minute addition that the producer Warren Spector didn't know was in the game until he was being shown it like moments before it was going to be published. I can't remember what it was that he was told, but one of the guys who was like showing it to him, he turned around and like said that like they added loads of like shit that wasn't actually in the game that would like scare the fuck out of him. In like the remake, this is like big windows. Like this was big for its era, and like this is like pathetic to what they did in the remake. There's like massive windows here. I'm gonna take my beaker. Oh, spook. Oh, is this gonna be that chamber I was on about earlier, where I was like, oh, how do I get behind here? And it's like, oh, it's back here.
There's a Mad Max game too, actually.
Oh, I forgot about the Mad Max game.
Yeah. So, I would kind of put that in this sort of genre of 3D things, you know?
Good bit of like the post-apocalypse, you know?
Yeah, definitely. I mean, that's, you know, but, you know, so was Fallout, you know, but a little bit different in Mad Max, you know, for sure.
Yeah, Fallout's a fever pitch, but Fallout is inspired by Mad Max, so like, you know,
it's
dark
yeah,
too.
I like the whole idea of the settlements. I do think that the Fallout goes more hardcore with the sci-fi side in the you know, some of the technology.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's very, it's because it's got a 60s retro future aspect to it as well, which Bethesda completely misunderstood because it's supposed to be retro futurism and not just, oh, we're the 60s but the future.
Right, Mad Max doesn't have any of the retro to it. It's just it happened, you know.
Just dystopia.
Yeah.
Hey, speaking of
environment.
Speaking of like sci-fi, do you think they'll ever make a movie out of Childhood's End? By Arthur C. Clarke?
I don't know. I'm not familiar with that.
It's about peaceful alien invasion of Earth by mysterious overlords who resemble demons. Apparently the demons. The reason humanity, you know, has visions of demons and like where like the horns and hell and everything else is apparently like it's like some sort of like what was it, evolutionary like, you know, trait that we learned over fucking, you know, planet like, you know, billions and trillions of years like of these like, you know, demon creatures. If you get what I'm saying. And they come here and they have like this, they colonize us, but quote, peacefully, basically, is what happens. It's a weird fucking story, basically. It's not like,
Go ahead.
Yeah. But yeah, no. I don't know if it would make a good movie though. It would be hard to make it into a movie.
Yeah, sometimes that's the problem with some of that like old school sci-fi stuff. But,
Yeah, I mean, that was kind of
movie-
like, I mean, the old way they did serialization, like the first season of The Next Generation. The first season of The Next Generation, you can tell it's a bit out of time. It's like trying to do like an old serialization, but like the 80s, and it's like, yo, dude, the 70s called. They want you, like, let's take fucking 25 minutes to get to the actual thing the episode's about back, you know?
Yeah, well, they got tired as it went along, but I would say like in the old days, like we're talking about the 50s, like Arthur C. Clarke and stuff. A lot of that stuff was published in zines, and it did have a very serialized thing because of that. That's definitely for sure. I'm gonna say something else. What were we talking about? I'm sorry, that sound is just kind of throwing concentrations. There's a very loud noise.
Yeah, my brain just completely shut off too.
Yeah. Fuck. What were we saying just a second ago, Cameron? Because I was gonna say something else and I lost my thought. You before you jumped on. Yeah. What were you saying? Yeah. What were you saying? Go ahead.
Oh, I was just going over like traditional sci-fi and stuff like Arthur C. Clarke. There's hard sci-fi and then.
Yeah, I remember what it was. You're talking about the demon things, and I was gonna say that one of the best. It's sort of sci-fi the way that Hellraiser does it, right? Because it says it's another dimension. So it's like they don't give it explicit religious overtones. They kind of give it like a sci-fi framing, and you could just see them as like being from another dimension. But it's hell. But it's kind of like that weird Hellraiser shit with like the invert the evil and the good, or the pleasure and the pain, or whatever, that kind of shit.
Well, Clarke mixes both religion and science together. Like, for example, the comet with Jesus of Nazareth that, heralded his birth? I think in one of his short novels, that was an actual planet civilization being blown up. So to herald in the new Lord, it was literally just an entire civilization just gets a supernova, something like that.
Yeah, I haven't read a lot of that older stuff. It was tough. I tried to read Foundation from Asimov. His prose was like a lot of sci-fi prose is very poor in my opinion. In terms of like literature, like some of the concepts are great. But they're not really great with the pen, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Like Philip K. Dick's another one I love, but his prose is atrocious.
What do you think of the three-body problem thing?
I haven't read it. I was thinking about watching it. I guess I'll check out the 10-cent one if I get the time.
Yeah.
But people, I know some liberals are hardcore on it being like authoritarian or whatever. But I don't know enough about it to speak of that. I do know that the Netflix bit put shit that was not in the book. I guess for a Western audience about like the Cultural Revolution. It starts with that, and like Cultural Revolution is bad. It's like Galileo or some shit like that. So that was not in the book, and that's literally how the Netflix shit starts off. And it wasn't in the other version either. So I was like,
the West Wing.
You gotta sneak in there, I guess. And even then, what they said was, because I read about it, they said in the book, it starts off as basically two factions of Red Guard attacking each other. So I guess for a Western audience, that'd be too complicated, that communists fighting communists, whatever.
From what I remember, it's supposed to take place in the 60s with human collaborators with the aliens working to sabotage humanity's technology to prevent the invasion of the aliens coming in about 200 years. So that's how the first novel goes. And then there's like a time skip of like 200 years, basically.
I think the 10-cent one is only the first novel, is that right? It's like 3 seasons of just basically adapting the first novel, or am I wrong on that?
I think, but I'm not sure.
Yeah, it just seems with a novel that's with something that dense, I probably would be happy with that pacing.
And then the second one deals with the dark forest theory, which is
that I know about. Yeah.
You know about the dark forest theory?
Yeah, definitely. Conrad, you know the dark forest theory?
No.
So it's like, why haven't we heard from aliens? And the theory is like, what if space is a dark forest and most people shut the fuck up because they don't want to attract what might be lurking? You know? So
It's a hypothesis.
It's not like it's barren. There's no life. It's just that everybody shut the fuck up.
Yeah, it's a hypothesis to why is it we haven't seen any other intelligent life forms in the universe. If statistically speaking, we should have seen some probably by now, at least in theory. Again, I always just say like, the universe is a really just big ass fucking place.
It may be a pretty barren though, because I really was hoping they would find another Earth, basically, and they have not, and it's for a lot of reasons. Like, here's something that I think is kind of crazy, right? What is up with the fucking? Here's what. Check this out. What is up with the moon? Because the moon, right, doesn't turn on its axis. It's always facing one way. And this is crazy. Do you know what they've never found in any other moon? The odds that the shit is perfectly like 1/4 away in the size or whatever to eclipse the sun. That shit is pretty wild too when you think about it. You know what I'm saying? Am I?
Yeah. Why puzzles just taking up my brain space.
Yeah.
I think I remember I asked one time, like, how many planets in the universe are Earth-like, like similar to the Earth? Mm-hmm. And if memory serves correctly, it was like in the tens of thousands. But again, that's factoring in.
They're using the theoretical principle. If every other system is.
We have discovered prime planets, like planets that could espouse life, because they've been. We can see that there's like greenery to it, so there must be something living there, but we don't know if like anything like a carbon-based life form of like our kind of stature exists there. There's places we can colonize. That's about all we really know.
Well, no, what they have is that they have. I think what you might be talking about is like a sort of like equation, right? And it would be like, well, if every half of the systems are binary star systems, so the radiation is low enough. And if for every binary system there is stars in the sky, what if every 10th one of them has, planets? And what if out of every, 100 of those, you get it's just kind of like a formulation, right?
Yeah,
like,
that calculation is like, that's that case, but I'm saying that like there are like, there's like the X1 or whatever the fuck it's called. Like it was like 20.
Yeah, no. I think
no. I'm saying like they found it. Like
that's what Conrad was saying.
And I'm.
Yeah. I think what Conrad was talking about was that.
Yeah. I know. But I added that specific point on as like something that actually is real. Like
they have the Hubble and a few other things out there that can actually see some planets, and then what they do is luminosity, which is when the star dims, they calculate how much it dims to figure what's in its orbit, essentially, that's making it dim and fluctuate.
It's not just that, it's also that, like, if you look at a planet's atmosphere, you can make some guesstimations based on, like, okay, well, it seems like it has, like, a stable, like atmosphere that could support, let's say, like grass-based or like tree life, shit like that. Like this kind of things they're looking for, and it's like
most of the planets they detect, like I said, from luminosity is just mathematically. So like they know those tend to be the big planets, which are probably gas.
Like, the ones that we've actually looked at, where we can say, oh, based on where it's at and where it is, there's like less than 10. Like it's tiny. It's
if you look it up, there's and like on the Hubble or whatever, they're like pixels, like, and that's the picture of it. It's like a fucking pixel, a couple pixels. because that's, but those tend to be very large too. Those are the ones that are being seen.
It's like Hubble's kind of crap compared to some of the telescopes they got now, though. Like Hubble's old school.
Or whatever, those different telescopes that they put up there. So I'm just using that because that's to my mind the most famous, because that's the one I remember.
It is the most famous, but it like if I like showed a comparison to it to the modern ones, it's like tiny.
Yeah, but anyway, I think that they basically confirmed about 200 planets that they actually can say that they've named, like there's these planets. Now, theoretically, of course, there's more than we can observe, but of what they've observed, they haven't found a star system like the solar system, in that it's like gas giants on the outside, which act as the bodyguard for the shooting gallery of space. Yeah. And they have the rocks
stuff like Uranus on the outside of stars.
The only one in 200 that has that configuration. So what I'm saying is that, like, increasingly, if at bare minimum there's going to be life in conditions like Earth, there could be perhaps other conditions too that we are not aware of. But if that's like a minimum, like, we are very rare, is what I'm saying, because we have not found one system yet out of about 200 that really resemble solar system or have like an Earth,
Sure, but not impossible.
Right, I'm just saying the universe is looking more barren and desolate and cold than I would have hoped. I would like Star Trek or something, So it's not like it's entirely that, but it looks like we're exceedingly rare from what we initially, thought we were,
I just assume that the universe is just really fucking huge. That's why we haven't seen life. That's just my theory, but
That's a good theory. I just wish that they would find some example of life, and I would wonder if it would be DNA based or not, because it seems to me that we are all from the same ancestor because we share DNA. But I don't think there's ever been like a second origin of DNA or
another possibility of like synthetic life. Sorry, not synthetic. Sorry. What is it?
Like viral?
No. What's the fucking word? Silicon-based life has been.
Oh yeah, instead of carbon-based. Yeah, because silicon has the 4 covalent bonds just like carbon molecule does, so it makes it a really stable, constructive. You can do long chains of silicon, just like you do long chains of carbon, and a certain environment that I like that theory. Like, I read about that idea of silicon-based life. Like, that would be like silicon and carbon would be the two, but yeah. It would be interesting, and again, I would love to talk to a biologist about it, because it's like, it seems to me that there's a single origin of life, right? Like, that's the basic theory. DNA was created and everything came from that DNA, not like there was a multiple origin, right?
Well, I mean, we're all children of God or whatever.
Yeah, but the thing is, like, so if the conditions, whether it's a pterogenesis, like it came from the Earth, or an exogenesis, because things can survive in space too. So it could have come as debris, right, to Earth, let's say, potentially. It just seems to me that we've never seen the conditions to recreate that. Like, they definitely, through experiments, taken, strands of protein and got them to become amino acids, but they've never gone from like amino acids to actual life, So it'd be interesting, to see if they ever could recreate those conditions for it, but until then, it's like single source. But it was interesting,
I actually want to kill whoever made that puzzle.
Yeah.
Get into stupid puzzle.
How did you get up there?
I think going forward, since humanity isn't going to be able to go faster than the speed of light. In fact, we're not even close to there yet, even to the speed of light. The only way humanity could realistically get out of Earth or even the galaxy, solar system, they would have to build some kind of arc ship, or it would have to have like a biosphere that's like Earth, or something similar.
Orb cube is what you're saying.
Well, it would be intergenerational, so the people on there would just have to, basically just grow old, die, and reproduce, and it would just be a self-sustaining environment.
Stick people in stasis that cost less resources.
That too. If we had the technology.
I mean, we kind of technically do. I mean, like fucking Disney froze himself. I mean, it's not mature, but it kind of exists. It's not a good idea.
They gave up on that, right? His family just dumped his shit after it cost too much money.
It turns out like keeping a body on ice is not the cheapest thing. It's
Yeah,
why they tend to bury them rather than keep them at the mall.
For a little while, and then they dumped the head too. And just
Damn, they just fucking so goodbye Futurama.
Yeah, it's too fucking expensive. Like, fuck that.
God, got by the fucking power of the free market, you know.
Well, all these billionaires have this fantasy that they're gonna live forever. They're gonna go to Elysium or something. You know?
The only person living forever is me. Okay?
That's the radiation sound I was on about. I have a mod that makes it quieter. This is it quieter.
Shocking you.
Just an ear torture.
Yeah, old games, they love to screw with your ears.
But that like thing I went into, I'm getting harmed by the radiation. I was like, wait, I'm getting harmed by something. No, I'm fatigued. I need to just sit down by the radiation and just think about what I've done.
So basically, you're at Chernobyl.
You need a running start, I think. Oh, there you go.
So like, it's kind of hard to tell, but this is like one of the like bases for the resistance. This is kind of one of the shameful things of like the old school games. Like they're great for a lot of stuff, but when you lack a little bit of detail, sometimes, you know, this can go amiss. In the remake, it's a lot more obvious that this is like a holdout for the resistance. The audio logs help, but I mean, it's just like, oh, disco storeroom? Oh, no. I have behaved. Why are you punishing me?
This place is really
inviting.
It looks terrifying.
I mean, it's just I don't even know what the. Go on.
I said, don't fuck it up.
Don't fuck about. Fucking about is my middle name. Oh, God, the noise. It's over. Oh.
Yay.
Have I not got all the security? Where is the rest of the security? Oh, hi. I definitely haven't got all the security if you're spawning.
I got another friend coming. Hello.
How much you can zoom out on the map? How useful is that? Can I zoom out more? No. But I can, like... Okay, so the camera should show up, like, orange on the map. Wait, is it really literally in this hall? Wait, where? What? Huh? It, like... Is it beneath me or some shit? Like, what? Because, like, it's there in, like, this direction, but then I've gone past it. This map is very useful. Because that orange dot should be the camera, and I, like, can't see anything up. Oh, there it is. 1%, so there's still another. Oh, my. Okay.
Oh, dear God. Whoa.
Yeah, it's a labyrinth. Oh, no, I don't want to write something. Go away.
You basically about to beat it, though, right? That's the last one?
No.
No.
Oh, I don't know. That sounded good when you say just one. I look at it positive.
There's so much trouble to be done. Can I not? I can arrow control it. Yes, someone put keyboard controls in a game that's on a computer.
Always a good look, always a good move.
Okay, where's that? You know, you put the messages in the world you want to see.
Alright.
Okay, it's in this direction, I think. No, this direction.
Old games didn't hold your hands. They made it pretty difficult.
I don't really know my hand, you know?
I need a little bit of hand holding here and there, you know, just helps out. Item was obsolete. Discarded.
Again, it's the same thing with like Warcraft. It's like you can't finish the mission until you kill every unit, and you're looking around the map.
I remember that. That's right.
Well, you. I just played the remasters of it. Did you play those?
No, I haven't. I heard that there was a problem with 3 Remastered where you couldn't toggle the expansion, and so it fucked up the units in the earlier levels because they could build the tech tree from the expansion. I don't know if they fixed that yet.
They re-released, so they did a remaster, and then they re-released the remaster as a better version of the remaster.
Okay.
For 3, but they also released 1 and 2 as well.
Oh,
so
good.
it's like they're.
What are they like? Are they kept the 2D thing, or they actually moved it?
Well, you can switch toggle to both for all 3 of them. Yeah. But the first one and second one, I would say you definitely should do the remaster graphics. It's they're pretty old. Let's just say the first 2.
Yeah, there was people who were doing the campaign for 1 and 2 in the engine of 3.
You can control 12 units now. In the first one, you could only control 4, and in the second one, you can only control 9.
I remember.
That's.
It's good.
I only remember 9 because I only played the second one as a kid.
Right.
Yeah.
I played them both. I remember just the first one, actually. I remember when the second one came out.
Second one was like 96 or 7? Or...
No, StarCraft was 97. I want to say it was like 95.
Yeah, 95 or 96.
And then I think the expansion was 96. And then it might even have been 94. Come to think of it, no, I think Warcraft 1 was 94.
Yeah,
92, something like that.
It was 94.
94. So then, yeah, I want to say Warcraft 2
StarCraft was 98.
Oh, it was 98? Okay. All right.
Yeah.
So that was off a year. That explains.
I haven't actually played StarCraft.
StarCraft's amazing,
you need to play
bro.
it. You need to play it.
StarCraft is amazing, Conrad.
If you like sci-fi, you need to play it.
It's basically a nice pastiche of like Space Marines with like a little bit like maybe a little bit like the Warhammer in that sense, but more so I would say like the movie Aliens, more like the Colonial Marines from the Aliens. And
It
then,
takes from all over.
And then it's like it's very frontier, so it's very redneck for the Terrans. Then the Zerg are basically like the Borg but biological, which is how the Borg originally was supposed to be. That episode of the first season, Conspiracy, with the little slugs that went in the neck of the admirals, is supposed to be a setup for what became the Borg. It's just that doing it as a insectoid hive.
Biological.
Yeah, it's gonna be way too much on the costume budget. So they picked the androgynous Borg thing instead, and rewrote it. But it's like that. The Zerg are like that, and they can, when they assimilate, it's a little bit like the Thing, actually. It's like if you combine the Thing with the Borg, because anything that they assimilate biologically, they can reproduce as an organism, and they can actually, basically do them as a chimera, where they'll take like bat wings and like the tusks of a crab or some shit, and it'll become like they create whole strains. So drones,
It's the strains.
Yeah, the units are all basically based off of life forms from planets that they've assimilated.
And it's part of the hive mind, which is again which is like Borg plus Starship Troopers plus Warhammer plus Alien.
Yeah, a lot of Alien.
Oh, by the way, Arcturus Minx did nothing wrong.
Oh my god,
he's literally like the most fascist fucking guy.
No.
Oh my god, he goes from a revolutionary to a fucking fascist in like one episode.
He was a Bonapartist. That's what he was. He was a Bonapartist, which is what he used to call fascist. Was Bonapartist. But yeah, I would say that the Protoss, that they were like the Klingons meets the Predator. That's kind of, or maybe like not the Klingons, maybe like the Vulcans or some shit. Well, the Klingons, because it's about the hunt and shit. Like that kind of thing. They were like a noble,
Jedi. Yeah,
Jedi in there. I could see that too. Yeah. StarCraft was good. Again, they've done StarCraft 1 in StarCraft 2. The fans have just made a good fan campaign, and I played that. And then the StarCraft 2 was great too.
Yeah, it was pretty good.
I mean, but like I haven't seen a good RTS for forever.
I think there was one that recently came out that people were talking about, but I can't remember the name at the moment.
And the last one I think I did besides that one, StarCraft 2, was World in Conflict.
Did you ever play Red Alert?
Yeah, I played all the Command & Conquer games except for I think the last one or two.
You like my new friend?
Huh?
You like my new friend? Drugs humanoid mutant. I have nothing to do with this.
Hey. Aww.
Why'd you have to kill him?
I have to murder it.
I gave him too many drugs.
Yeah.
Too many drugs.
As if there's such thing.
Red Alert 2, like just the aesthetics of it is just amazing.
I see. I'm gonna differ with you, and I'm the odd one. I know everybody loves Red Alert 2. I'm taking the contrarian position, but I legitimately like Red Alert 1 more because it was more of alternate history, and then it had a little goofy sci-fi things in it, but it wasn't like that Silver Age, like Batman 60s kind of self-aware campy version of it. I mean, it did have camp. Don't get me wrong.
I like a little camp.
It did have. I'm not saying the first one didn't have camp, but I'm saying that it still had an air of plausibility about it. Maybe that's what I'm trying to say.
Yeah.
Like it wasn't trying to be goofy, and I think the sequels got very goofy, and they got goofier as they went along, and that was a problem.
Yeah, Red Alert 2 and 3 are like so goofy. Well, Red Alert 1 is like slapstick. Like, yeah, it's still comedy, it's still taking the piss, but it's doing so in this like funky, like almost like cutesy way, where it's like, yeah, no, this is Cold War propaganda turned into a game. The second two are not really Cold War propaganda put into a game. They're just like the Soviets do kooky like world domination shit for world domination's sake.
Like the evils, yeah. Well, I mean, the games became, the term Flanderization? With Ned Flanders from The Simpsons, or jerk-ass Homer, where it's like they take a trait of something and they just take it to like the oomph degree. Like with Flanders, they took his like, Christianity to like the next level, or Homer being stupid.
No?
Yeah, they take Homer being stupid. I remember one time Troy McClure says, I think Homer gets stupider every season. It's like, then they show clips of him being stupid. Yeah. Or his jerk-assness. Remember jerk-ass Homer? Oh my god.
Well, from what I remember of The Simpsons, the first 8 seasons were good, and the movie was
9,
good.
well,
fair though,
But yeah,
Homer being a jerk-ass is probably more accurate to, like, old-school Homer than Homer being, like, a complete moron. Like, cause yeah, he loves his family and all that, but he's an asshole. I mean, like, what, he's like an abusive parent was like the whole thing with Homer. And so, like, you know, it's like, he was always the jackass, he just wasn't always a complete fucking, like, hapless moron.
yeah. Well, in the later seasons, he becomes just a straight up, like, fucking, like, just
I know he
doesn't give a
did,
shit
I know
about
he
his
became
family.
that. I'm saying that, like,
yeah.
I'm saying on about between the two different things as to which one is, like, closer to his OG thing. Is that, like,
Yeah,
that he was always a jackass, he just wasn't always an idiot.
yeah, he was more stern and, you know, yeah.
I know he was abusive. Like the first season, he's strangling Bart. Like that's not stuff.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, no, that was always the thing with the Simpsons. He's always doing that.
Always
But
a
to
jackass.
be fair, Bart is a little shit too. You know.
Yeah, but, like we don't want to go down that road. I didn't save,
yeah,
so I need to be really careful.
But yeah, you get what I'm saying with, like, you know, they take a trait and they just, like, expand it to a degree. I think that's what they did with Command and Conquer.
Yeah. It just so I think that, like, that's my one thing. Like the other game I was talking about, World in Conflict, was like that done without the camp. Basically, it's just like, okay, this is if what if history if basically Soviets and NATO went at it, you know?
I mean, if NATO got their like cheeks pushed.
There's only I like the alternative history where the Confederacy wins the Civil War, and then we get World War I, but in America as well, with America joining the side of the Central Powers and the South joining the side of Great Britain, France, and Russia. And it's like, let's have World War I, but in America. I like that concept.
Well, it's like
It wouldn't be in America, it's just Americans would be in Europe earlier. Like,
well, I mean, we're fighting in America as well, because it's the South versus the North.
No, if like the South won, that means the North wouldn't be around anymore.
No, the North would still be around.
No, if the South won, they wouldn't keep the North around. They would do exactly what the North did and consolidate.
Well, I don't think they could defeat the North.
Yeah,
they were just trying to succeed from the North.
Yeah, but like at the end of the day, like they wouldn't like be able to survive if they didn't dominate the North. Like,
if they had the necessary alliances with France and Britain, it might have been all right. I think that, you know, the thing is because, like, look, the U.S. never took Canada. It always could. It just never really gave a shit. It literally just looked at it, it skipped it, and went to Alaska. You know what I mean?
that's not exactly true. The U.S. was actually terrified that the British were gonna like stomp them out, and they were afraid of the French too. The U.S. had little attempts, but most of them were like U.S. settlers or U.S. generals doing their own thing and then getting their ass whooped, usually by natives. The U.S. was terrified of invasion. That's why they what was it Oregon they split?
Well, yeah, but you're talking about like the filibusters. They did that to Mexico and to Latin America with those types of characters. But they didn't work in Canada. Yeah, I got it. But my point is, at this, I mean, for X number of decades, if the U.S. wanted to invade Canada, it could do it. You know, at this point, who the fuck is going to stop them? They could turn
Since
Canada
the
into a parking
20th
lot.
century, for sure, but before then it was a little more complex.
Yeah, but at this point, they're a complete vassal of the U.S.
They're the presidial asshole of the
Junior
world.
partner. Like, I would argue Britain or whatever is a junior partner. Canada's a big vassal. They're attacking them.
It's called a hopper.
Yeah,
Hulk
it's
is
attacking.
dead.
Alright.
No! Hold on! This way where we're like, we leave it at this level. Oh no! Come back next year.
Are there ways to make custom maps of this? Like,
I mean, there's a
I
map
guess so.
editor. I mean, it's all just cubes, which is like fitting because that's the way you would build a space station. But it's also like, because like they didn't have round objects. There's no such thing as a round object in this game. You know what? Let's I'm all about solutions to problems. That worked. I wish I had the shield augment. That would. No. Hop into a grave. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Hey, maybe I should turn up the power on my my Star Trek beam majiggy. They don't even drop anything. Look at that. They don't even drop anything. How rude. You come in here, you rummage through the things, you piss on the floor, which, you know, like that might be acceptable in Caleb Maupin's house where he shits in the middle of his living room as a norm. It's not acceptable here. And then you drop nothing when I kill you. Like, nothing to loot. Like, what a that. I feel like that's not a respect of the service that is provided by the people for the people.
Where's the respect? No respect.
Where's the respect round here? I accidentally went into full screen mode.
Did you see those articles that? Did you read those articles that Caleb apparently wrote about?
No. Fortunately, I protected my psychological health.
God, he wrote articles defending Horse. What was his name? Horse. The guy who wrote the Nazi song.
There's a few Nazi songs.
No, this is the anthem of Nazi Germany.
Are you on about Erika?
No, Horst Wetzel.
No, I'm on about the song Erika. That's like a really big song for Nazi Germany's Erika. E-R-I-K-A.
E-R-I-K-A. No.
It's like the one song they all go on about. So you hear a Nazi, it's like, this is the Erika. It's like an old song. It predates the Nazis by a little bit, but it's like not far from that. But...
Well, this was written by Horst Wetzel, who was killed by he was killed by a communist.
Good.
And they turned him into a martyr. So he was defending that guy, that piece of shit. And that anthem then becomes the anthem of Nazi Germany. In it, they literally talk about
we can't allow it to fire. We can discharge it ourselves, but who knows what it's aimed at.
Killing
Can't stop it.
communists, social democrats, and reactionaries for murder of Nazi quote comrades by communists in retaliation.
I know how we can stop Shodan from firing the laser. Get the isotope X-22 from Gavin.
Only one I know is Deutschland who growls.
Put the shields up. Fire the laser into the
that predates that, but this was the specific Nazi
designed to prevent this.
anthem.
You guys, well, I think they're gonna play those though at the inauguration, though, right?
Maybe, but are they gonna have the English version?
No, they're gonna have the American version.
Gonna have the American.
Yeah. Why we don't want to do what England does, right?
Speaking of which, it's supposed to snow on fucking the inauguration. Shit.
So you're telling me that a blanket of white will descend upon the nation's capital?
You know what else is really ironic about it too is it's also Martin Luther King Day of all days.
You know what I did?
Is this like the biggest irony on earth?
You know the very funny thing I just did? Do you recognize where we are compared to where we were?
Exactly you loaded.
Back, I have not saved the game and I died. This game punishes you.
Yeah.
Make another save point.
It's easier said than done.
Yeah, right.
Don't worry, just get your autos.
At least this part, get after the travel.
Yeah,
old games didn't. apparently also as well, Caleb was defending the Carlists. You know, the ones in Spain, the monarchs. And the Chechniks in Serbia. Fucking...
The fuck?
Yeah.
Who the fuck even thinks about these people? Me.
Yeah, he's going on about the
reactionaries.
Carlists, and it's like, who the fuck is the fucking Carlists? Oh, you want
What,
to
you
bring
don't
back the
believe in-
Spanish monarchy? Like, actually find a hole, dig yourself a fucking hole and bury yourself in it? Like, oh my god.
What, you don't think that the Carlists, the people that advocate for traditionalism and the illegitimate line in Spanish monarchy isn't a progressive force?
Are you not a fan of the House of
Spain?
Bourbon, I see?
House of Bourbon!
House of Bourbon. I
Caleb
mean,
doesn't even-
the drinks taste nice, you know. I don't mind a good bourbon on the go, you know. Like, you know, I don't know much about the guy, but his alcohol tastes good.
That's bourbon.
Yeah. Caleb doesn't even call himself a communist anymore. He calls himself an innovationist now.
Are you underestimating the revolutionary potential of innovationism before it's even like before? I mean, are you trying to say it's dead on arrival?
So Shodan's charging up the laser. Listen up, Althea. I know how we can stop Shodan from firing the laser.
You trying to
Get
tell Althea what to do?
X22
What's on the
gamma,
click thing
feed it
for the
into shield
paneling?
generators
It's
on
now
the reactor
working.
level.
It's now not saying,
Shields
oh, do you want to
up.
use
Fire
the
laser into
paneling?
the shield
I don't know
and
why
the
it was
laser
doing that in the
explodes.
first room when I
Trouble
was
is, every
trying to
existing
demonstrate it.
safety lock is designed to prevent this.
Nathan Darcy's the guy I'm supposed to find, but I don't know if you guessed it yet, but he's dead. I'm gonna die again.
Yeah, this is one of the lines from the fucking Nazi song. Comrades shot by Red Front and reactionaries. March in spirit within our ranks. Okay.
Whack. Don't like it.
This is spooky.
Spooky.
Spooky. The fucking boom on that was so good. No. I need to go save. You want to do in trouble situations where health's low and you got to do a save? This is where you get the whole, the second save on the go. Roman numerals, because I'm in an edgy mood.
Oh, yeah. There you go.
I use Microsoft Edge. I actually do for my streams, because my Firefox has like all of my like personal deets on it, and like it's just OBS has a tendency to like to dox you, so like I'm just like no, I'm okay. I'll edge. You know, Microsoft wants me to edge as much as possible, and so I'm maximum edging.
You could do Opera. I use Opera. Also, Brave doesn't track your data. That's one that people like. Opera's for the gamers and shit. Has a VPN built into it. Ad blocker built into it. All that shit. You could do coding for games in it too, actually.
It's just like anything that's like for gamers always makes me giggle. I'm like, it's the browser for gamers. It makes me feel like I'm in the 90s. And that was before the time when you had a gaming PC. A gaming PC was just a computer you called a gaming PC.
No, not necessarily. I mean, it depended on what you're talking about.
PCs that were like actual gaming PCs, I would argue would be like the early 2000s. But like, yeah, there was stuff that was powerful enough that you could call them like the gamer machines. Oh, these are 0G mutants. That's a person. That's a evolution of a human being. Should we have made that evolution? I don't know. Ask Shodan. She seems to think so.
Abomination.
And they float, so they dead 0G mutants. Well, they 0G mutants. That one's dead because I killed it. I know
Killed the dead,
the amaze of science.
How dead did you make it though?
I'm about 20% dead.
Well, you have to do it to the point where the question is how much more dead can you make it? And the answer is none. None more dead.
Well, I mean, it reminds me so much of like the Thing movie, where it's like, how much of the thing do you need to kill before it's actually dead? Do you have to kill it down to like the literal cell, basically? Like all the cells?
Great question. It's like Wolverine. Like, how much does he need to regenerate? Can he a single cell? Crazy. I guess it would be, well, to regenerate, it has to consume energy, right? To do all that shit, I feel like. That's
Yeah,
why
what if you
it's
haven't had a
really-
meal? What if it's like that one day where you haven't got your carbs in and shit, and like you get like stabbed up, and next thing you know, boom, you can't actually regen. You just get completely suckered.
Yeah, you don't have enough in the tank to do it. You're just too exhausted.
You can't blow your load, you're all empty.
They're shooting darts.
Getting them nitro grenades. Yeah, they're like really, really powerful grenades. I don't know why the frag grenades would be like not as powerful as the nitroglycerin grenade. Oh no, actually that does make sense. Frag grenades are not really based on their explosive power. It's more like I can palm loads of shrapnel into your brain. So like if you want to calm shrapnel for like 7 months, be a survivor of frag grenades blowing their load. That's a security one bot. They suck. I mean, just hit him with the mag pulse. Okay. Oh, I killed him in one hit. Yeah.
Wow.
Wow. Imagine the fucking like, what's his name?
Oh,
yeah. Wow. First, I'm not seeing loads of cameras everywhere. Damn. Shodan is like.
This is before we knew how many cameras was going to be everywhere. In our defense.
Yeah, in
Shodan's
defense, this is pre-surveillance era.
This is the way the world used to be, yeah. Like, it's a period backwards in time. Before, now I think the next reality show is going to be called They Shoved the Camera Up My Ass. And you get like live feeds of everybody, asshole.
You remember Big Brother and shit like that were like a big step forward in that sort of like domain?
The only camera I want is one to an apartment. I think y'all know who I'm talking about.
You fucking like gonna become a cam whore? Is that what you're saying?
Maybe.
I wouldn't even have a camera for like my apartment because like it's just they're not good for your psychology. Like at the end of the day, like I grew up in a rough area and we never got robbed. You know, like the crime is not really much different today than it was like 30 years ago, and so people saying that they could leave their doors unlocked 30 years ago means that you could leave your doors unlocked today, like by like the basic of logic. And yeah, I mean, whenever I'm home, I leave my door unlocked. Like I lock my door when I go out, and I'm someone with like a lot of anxiety and paranoia, and like I've been robbed at knife point in my own home. Like you can go through all sorts of weird shit. But you know, when I was robbed at knife point at my own home, it was from people I let in. You know, if you're in control of your space, things are gonna be okay. And if someone enters your yard when you're like at home and things, like you got a time to react and stuff like that. But people don't really tend to do that. Like unless you're in an area where like robberies are like really fucking high, and it's more sexual assault around here than theft.
I'll tell you this, man. I've had neighbors try to steal my packages.
Oh yeah, shit like that might happen. Don't get that here, unfortunately, but yeah, that's common. But that's easy theft. You're less likely to get a confrontation.
I called her. She was going right for me, like, "Excuse me, may I help you?" She just backed away. She's going right for it.
Yeah, that's when you get up the old shotgun and go. Excuse me, what are you doing?
This is crazy.
Oh, this is just a hearing aid. I hope that I find that it helps you to hear me. You know.
She's changed the locks on the doors.
But I've noticed that
Says codes are changed.
a lot of crime seems to have become more scams and just, online as well.
And actually, what's
Have you noticed
crazy is that the young Zoomers and Alpha, especially Alpha, are falling for the scammers more than the seniors. Because they get, like, the top one is, they're getting, like, these horny kids and be like, you send me your nudes, and then they extort them.
Still having power
They're
outages.
getting hit with that a lot.
Yeah,
That's
no,
all
what is
My
it?
priority job.
It's when people being younger that you're more exploitable. I got fucking, like, I got sexually exploited online in my teenage years. It's a wild thing when you get into the, like, weeds of all that awful shit. But, like, I think Gen Z are not, I think Gen Z, if anything, are, like, pretty good with shit like that, except the later Gen Z. Gen A has been born in a, like, indoctrination culture that, like, none of us are really normalized to. Gen Z is a little bit, but I'm, like, one of the early Gen Zs, and I come from a poor family, so, like, I grew up with a millennial upbringing, so I did not, like, I'm not the internet generation, even though I am part of the internet generation. It's wild. But the way in which, technology has kind of become this, tool for control as well as a tool to subvert control at the same time, and young people, we've been at the, like, forefront of subverting this technology and using it to teach ourselves. And I think in seeing how the later millennials and the early Gen Zs were, like, turning the internet into something that could elevate the, like, actual, like, knowledge of the proletariat, it then became something where they doubled down on their efforts to turn the internet into an indoctrinative and corporate-controlled environment. Hence the end of the whole neutrality, net neutrality. Hence the push for cryptocurrency to take over, because it gives you domain-specific control, like to an inch of control over it.
I would challenge that only a little bit in the sense that, like, I get that narrative and I go kind of what you're talking about, so the basic thrust of what your point is absolutely correct. But the internet never really, it was an unregulated type of thing, but it never really was
it's
like
always been like the cowboy gung-ho shit originally.
But no, but what I'm saying is, underneath it all, they were always getting your data. Always.
Oh yeah, they're always getting your data. I'm not on about that. I'm on about the actual controlling aspects of it. Like, they've been indoctrinating a lot more since, like,
right, you're talking about
I'd say like
yeah,
post YouTube. So we're getting into like the
I got you.
to
Yeah, I got you. You're talking about the content. I'm talking about the control. But they're both connected.
Yeah. Data control has, like, been at the center of it. I don't think that's why the internet was developed, but I do believe that the capitalists, as soon as they could take advantage of that, they jumped straight on.
It never could become this thing of freedom that people made it out to be. It always had to be just a medium, because the fundamental internet itself, it was always being controlled by corporations and governments and shit.
Yeah.
I mean, kind of. I mean, at the end of the day, it was like, if anything, it was tried to be a controlled thing. Like, that was the kind of intention. It was ARPANET, and then it became, like, the internet. But, like, what ended up happening was that, like, corporations lost control of it for a little bit, and that was the 90s and the early 2000s. Net 2.0 in 2002 was the corporate retakeover. That's when they, like, reshuffled the way the internet worked and turned it more commercial again. And that led to the Wild West of the internet coming to an end. The Wild West of the internet was full of a lot of bad, like, issues, but the internet data, pipeline situation that went off, like, terrified the shit out of the bourgeoisie, and it's why, like, they went on a war against piracy. It wasn't just what they would steal. Pirates were more like data brokers. They got called pirates, but this is what they were. They were data brokers, and that was, like, increasing the circulation of information. The whole, as I've said many times, the Library of Alexandria we have in our pockets, stuff like that. They needed to have a lot more indoctrination on there, because stealing your data wasn't good enough. And the data stealing practices were archaic as fuck in the 90s and the early 2000s. When the 2010s came on, that's when they really advanced it. Facebook was the pioneer of this. Like very in-depth data mining, knowing what you're purchasing to like an insane degree. By like what you're just clicking on. You click on something on Amazon and Facebook knows about it.
They took it for a whole new level with the analytics as a consumer interface. But even before then, hackers were able to get people's information, your bank accounts, and all this other shit. So like. Yes, it's just exponential at a certain point now that it's just being done kind of by the corporations in the open. But it was always the case that somebody could use it to get the information like that. And what I'm saying is that again, your point is more on the content of it, but the infrastructure. It's like you cannot become your own internet service provider. They have gatekeepers, and they've always been in control in terms of the base. In terms of the superstructure, it's like there were times when it was more relaxed, and then there's a time now, like you said, when they're making indoctrination. But the base, they've had the means to control that from the gate,
In the BDS era, there was kind of a way that people could do that, like, because if you, like, telephone-to-telephone communications, you had complete control over, technically, other than the telephone company being the handshaker. So there was, like, some kinds of, like, internet-y sort of stuff that did have that kind of stuff, but yeah, like, it's become this situation where, I mean, that was gonna happen because it's a data network.
Yeah.
But it's one of them where it's like, that's kind of one of the issues that comes with it, but the benefits in the initial sense outweigh the negatives. And they technically still do, but like it's a harder pitch to sell these days because the internet is turning more draconian over time. But the problem is that they can't fully control it, because so long as domains are a purchasable thing, which I doubt they would get rid of because it would probably crash the internet entirely, then anyone can kind of start something up so long as they tip capital in the right person's direction. And then you have like the free domains, the companies purchase lots of domains to rent out to people for free. So there is always like a way to get technology out on the internet, and it's kind of like when you make a data network so big like that, it's like, how do you prevent people from tapping into it? No one can be their own internet service provider, but people can take advantage of the hit security of internet security providers.
Yeah, there's maneuverability, but that's the whole thing about Cyberpunk is the whole character tends to be a person who maneuvers through the cracks of the, oligarchic dystopia, you know what I mean? Like
you're just some individual, like you're always some like lower class person who's just maneuvering and trying to survive. I mean, this game, you're like just some hacker who hacked into like Citadel Station, and then like next thing you know, you're hacking a fucking an AI, and you caused the fucking like whole station to get massacred while you were taking a little 6-month sleep.
So it's like I still want stories of liberation, I believe in. I mean, it's good. Like it takes all strokes, all types. But that's the one like critique is that they're very noir, and in that respect, it tends to have some might say cynical. I would just say a realistic, message for the working class. A lot of times, but I think sometimes it's good to have that optimistic, aspirational angle for speculative fiction as well.
We gotta think about like the printing press. The printing press used to be a bourgeois controlled thing.
Yeah. The internet is kind of like the printing press for the urban proletariat in this day and age, and increasingly everybody, but definitely the urban
a lot
centers.
of the rural are like getting onto it. I know there's like 3% of Americans don't have phones, and so that's like 3 million people, so that's a lot of people still.
Starlink got the majority of people finally on the internet, but the thing is that they are on the internet with like 5G or 4G or whatever. It's not like they have the web browsing, which I think can be misleading. The majority of people are not on the web. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I mean, it's complicated. I think nowadays, more than anything, it's starting to turn that way, because in like imperial periphery countries, smartphones and all that are becoming like a norm in like so many parts of the world. That's why even like Palestinians all have like smartphones that they can record a lot of these crises on.
Yes, they are, but a lot of people still have the dumb phones, and so when you're dealing with the whole 8 billion population, yes, the majority finally, since the pandemic, with the Starlink, the majority have the internet, but not, like I said, the important distinction because of information, I think, is access also to the web. Not the majority don't have, because they have, like I said, phones that are dumb phones, you know. So it's technically internet, but not with those capabilities of browsing.
Yeah, it's a mixed bag. Because I mean, I used to be homeless, and when I was homeless, it was more often that people would have just the dumb phones. Nowadays, it's becoming so cheap to get like a secondhand smartphone. Like you may have like sold your really expensive smartphone if you even had one. I had like an iPhone 6S that I was used as a weapon against me by my old man in like a contract. We could never afford one like proper paid for, so it was like a contract thing, and like I got no pocket money anymore. I got nothing. I had to work my ass off. If I didn't, I had the phone taken off me. That's a Christmas present. That's what we call a Christmas present, everybody. But I got that robbed from me when I went homeless a second time, by a quote friend, end quote. But what's it? You know, like a lot of time people will sell those, and I had a dumb phone when I was homeless. I didn't have any money to get no new phone, no nothing, so I was like, fuck it, I'm gonna spend £10 on some brick phone from Asda. It's our Walmart, and by our Walmart I mean it was actually its own thing, and then Walmart bought it in 1976. The fun stuff. What's it? But the fucking what's it? I think more so nowadays you're gonna find people with smartphones, and then there's some people with dumb phones, because like £30 for a smartphone that'll work, or £10 for a dumb phone. If you've got enough vices, you know, you need that money to get a fix, you probably are gonna like, well, fuck it, 20 quid on top of what I got, and then I got a £10 phone. Fuck it, yeah, I'll go get myself the baller. You do crazy shit when you're desperate and you're on the streets, but like...
No, I get that, but like, I'm just saying in terms of because most of the world is in the third world, basically, or the peripheral, you know, quote unquote. So basically, I'm thinking that like what you're saying makes sense in a imperial core country, but I'm saying that there's growth, because eventually, if you want to get
the statistic
to
I said
everybody,
was about like America, like it was only about America. I said a percentage. That was the like it's 3% or 10% of Americans don't have phones. Like
then
at all, they don't even have like a dumb phone. They got no phone.
Right, and you're talking about quid, so I guess you're talking about, you know, Britain too. But but yeah, I think like a lot of these people.
There's a lot of people that are like really skeptical about phones still.
Yeah, I get it. I'm skeptical about it, and because I don't like to change that. Honestly, if I was to, I would have preferred that we had the technology before fucking 9/11, before all this crazy shit. You know what I mean? Yeah, all this shit with the back door, all this shit is just my car. I can't buy a car that's not a spy car. You know what I mean? Like, everything is fucking hooked up. It's fucked. It's fucked.
That's why you get a car from the 2000s. They're the last cars.
You know what it is to pay insurance on a car from the 2000s, though? Right. That's like Sunday driver's insurance, maybe. You can only drive one day a week, you know? They're not going to give you fair insurance, right?
Be the cheap choices for insurance 20 years ago, and now it's like, oh, you're choosing to drive a death trap, and it's like, I thought these used to be the procedure of safety at one point or another. Did the capitalist system lie to me?
Yeah, so I would love to get a dumb car, you know, but it's not feasible. It just isn't. They're spy cars, man. Everything. I mean, literally, I was talking to one person, and like, they had I knew this. They had a smart umbrella, and you know how it is when you talk around the shit, and then all the ads and the shit that you talk about. So it's basically saying like, yeah, you know, my umbrella. I think my umbrella's listening to me, and I'm thinking like, if I had this conversation 20 years ago, I'd be like, you're fucking nuts, you know. But that's where we are right now. Your umbrella is listening to you. Yeah. All right. That's where we're at. That's where we're at. This is a cyberpunk future. It's here.
I thought it was goofy
Al-
when they were doing like the smart fridges and smart microwaves. The smart umbrella makes smart microwaves sound smart.
I'm like, okay, it tells you the time and the temperature. All right, whatever.
You can have a clock
Al-
go into it and a thermometer. You don't need you don't need to be smart to do that. You need devices that have existed since like the 1700s.
What, you don't want a smart toothbrush? You don't want a smart fucking,
Toothbrush that
I
increases pressure
actually
based
don't-
on how much you've been misbehaving and not following the spider overlords.
I don't have a problem with a smart toothbrush because actually I do use an electronic toothbrush and it's
There you
actually
go.
pretty nice. So,
There
but
you
it's like
smart and electronic is not the same thing. Like smart means it thinks. Like has a CPU
Oh,
in
yeah.
it, is a processor. That's what smart means. Like an electric toothbrush is a dumb item.
It's an analog. That's analog as opposed to digital type of technology.
Yeah, it doesn't
Right.
have a brain. If it has a brain, then that's when it's
Digital.
smart.
Not that sucker's digital then. Yeah.
I sound like
Ugh.
a fucking like a condescending biologist speaking to people. Like if it got a brain, it's smart. Biologists,
Um,
you can't trust them.
Conrad, you want to keep playing this game, or you want to switch it up?
Are we-
I'm just making a cup of tea.
Oh, okay.
I don't know how much further I can. Sorry, I don't know how much further I can continue because I got to go to work at like 3.
Yeah.
So I might. I don't know. I could continue maybe for another hour. I think maybe.
So I'm saying, if you want to watch a thing, I would think that'd be an hour. Or less even.
It's probably a bit much, you know? We've been at this for a jam.
Yeah, I'm packing another one here. But yeah,
If you want to stop and we could watch, whatever, or
yeah, I
stop streaming and then just.
If you just want an hour, then it would be an episode of a thing as opposed to a movie. So I have a thing I was talking about that kind of like Severance is kind of it's kind of a thriller, disorienting kind of thing. I don't know. I think you might dig it.
You should show those onion clips.
Oh yeah, we can watch those too. But and then I maybe switch the stream and I can put the other thing on.
There's a lot of death here.
Yes.
Health and safety hazard.
Yeah, I have to contact the
Worry.
department and get that as a code violation. You can't have that many bodies just lying along this place. Just
Yeah, like, the disrespect.
yeah, they're
I'm
gonna have
getting
to
some
show their
Doom vibe here.
Yeah.
Yeah, this to Doom. No, that's sacrilege. Take that beat.
Well, the first one was Wolfenstein. That was the first ID game.
Well, Ultima Underworld, the first one came out before Doom. Before Wolfenstein 3D. So the first 3D immersive sim actually came out first and was a true 3D game. Let me find a place that's perfect to express this. I'll just say, actually no, I should heal anyway. I'll just do a quick heal run. This is a Metroidvania game. Definitively.
Yeah.
I keep
Yeah,
forgetting
yeah,
where
yeah.
There we go. The door is still open. You have to close the door.
That'd be a cool kind of game to do. I would do a Metroidvania game. I think combine that with some RPG elements.
So, if I look
It's kind of like a side
upwards,
scrolling.
you see the
beat 'em
way
up.
that stuff skews to your image based on where you're looking up. Oh, seeing the problem of the 3D, the full screen in motion, but
Yeah.
you see how it skews? That's how you know you're in real 3D if stuff twists and changes based on your orient. I mean, it's how real life works. Doom
Yeah.
does not work like this. If you put a mouse mod into Doom and look upwards, the game fucking goes mental. It's just comparing this to Doom because they're 3D. Doom is 2.5D. Actually fight me. Also, Doom is a shooter, and this is not a shooter. You can call it a first-person shooter, but I'll actually ask you to start digging your own grave for the good of the people, and sanction yourself to Soviet punishment.
Am I going crazy, or was that where this originally started off at? Was in that room where we?
Yeah, we're at the
last
start.
were...
This is the start.
Ah.
I'm doing a health run because there's 3 of these in the game. You can actually destroy them. Let me save the game.
Let's. Yeah.
Yeah, because you can fuck yourself over. Like, this game allows for that kind of freedom.
Be a dumbass.
There we go. You can be a dumbass. And,
and then we're fucked.
Yeah, like, you know, can't heal on this level for free anymore. And it's like, well, and there's a, I mean, we'll do more streams of this, so I won't spoil it, but there's an area where, like, destroying it is easy, but, like, this game is a really complicated, like, mess of a game, and yeah, you know, no, like, Doom actually fucked this game up, because the popularity of Doom being this, like, super easy game to play, made a complicated, archaic game that didn't even have, like, a mouse look thing, but wanted you to use the mouse a lot. Like, it was asking for hate, even though it's, like, this game is leagues above Doom, and again, like, if we show the side of the station, look at all the different floors we've got. Like, there's where we are with this one. You got 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. Ta-da! So, like, this game's huge.
Yeah.
I can't believe, like people have completed it in the, like, 7 hours thing. Like, I'm gonna try it for a stream one day, but that'll probably have to be a solo because of the amount of focus it will end up taking.
Yeah, good luck. So yeah, check out those onion things.
Yeah, let's get the bunion up. I'll display the horrors of edge to everyone. Look at how much I edge people. Wow, like fucking vibrant edging going on here.
If you end your stream, you can probably play that song too. I don't know.
Are we ending the?
Not yet. I'm showing the onion stuff. Like, the people who need to see the onion.
That's good. Yeah, show them in the order I gave them. By the way,
I will.
Oh! Did you know we have a new amendment to the Constitution?
Oh.
Equal Rights Amendment.
Oh my God, fucking Firefox. Oh,
well, Biden declared that it passed, so it passed. So.
Huh. All right, about time.
I don't know. I guess the president
Biden
can
actually
do
do an
that now.
executive order? Do I need to fall over?
The last one they had was they upped the voting age back in Vietnam, so that's 50 years ago. Was the last constitutional.
There was one. No, there was one in '92 with congressional pay, but no. Biden declared that it passed, so I guess it's now constitutional.
She on there? Did anyone just? I swear I just saw the specter of JK fucking rolling on the main thing. Why the fuck was she on there?
It's stupid. Same transphobe shit.
Probably transphobe shit. Philanthropist. Shut the fuck up. I mean, she has done philanthropy, but like, ugh. Like, it was literally invented by American capitalists to make themselves look good. It was a way of taking advantage of the like horrors of the British. I can't see anything in the news. Why did she come up? Like, it's never normally good things. Knocked off top of British bestsellers list. Is that what it was about? That was the picture. Good. J.K. Rowling condemns literary crowd for their strangely muted reaction. What? West Cork as she visits old friend. Get out of Ireland, you fucking bitch. County Cork does not want you. Okay, there was nothing. I was expecting something transphobic then. I was like, huh? Let me load up the quotes.
A new book called The Truth About September 11th claims to present evidence that the destruction of the World Trade Center was not the work of terrorists, but was in fact perpetrated by the U.S. government. With us, the much-maligned book's author, William Gerard.
Most of the mainstream media, they're just too afraid to even have me on, so thank you.
Also joining us is Omar al-Farouk of Al-Qaeda. He's an outspoken critic of what he calls Gerard's 9/11 conspiracy theories.
I assure you, that is all this book is complete nonsense.
Mr. Gerard, How did you arrive
They're
at the
taking from a
conclusions in
great
your book?
achievement.
Where are the
Well,
facts
through
here?
scientific examination of ground zero. For example, the melted core. That
Oh,
was
here we
definitely
go.
evidence that there were thermite bombs that were used to bring down those
I
buildings.
can assure you, we did not use thermite bombs. I did the research myself. It would not have worked. We flew an enormous airplane into a building. Okay, I think it is obvious what caused the building to crumble.
Why are you being so close-minded to this, sir? If more
How would
people
you
just had
like
the
it
courage.
if you spent, 2 months in a mountain cave, sleeping on rocks, planning something really special, only to have someone take the credit away from you? Say, oh no, you don't deserve the credit for it.
Mr. Gerard, why in the world would the U.S. government want to stage this attack on their own soil?
Greed, of course. And to increase the oil revenues, the weapons industry, and security industry. And these are all things that Bush and puppet master Cheney, they've got their stakes in.
Bush's administration, they're a den of jackals. We certainly have common ground there. But what does not follow is why would they kill 3,000 of their own infidels?
Well, of course, because think about it. It's part of their plan to build a case for the war in
If he
Iraq.
was so
Think
smart to
about
plan
it.
all of this, why is his approval rating, in El Haman, and why is Osama bin Laden safe in Saudi
The Iraq War has done serious damage to the Bush administration.
Here, look. I have names, phone numbers, everyone involved in this.
Gotta be kidding.
Okay?
Names and phone numbers.
I have here the voucher for the lessons, for the flight
This
lessons.
is obviously forged documents. I mean, come on. Did President Bush give you these himself?
I work
this
for
is
Bush.
ridiculous. Most
Me and
definitely
Bush,
makes
we
sense.
go out, we hang. He goes,
we call
hey,
Cheney
bring
the
on the
puppet
phone.
master? You were
It
just
is
a puppet
rubbish.
master.
Talking to
Come
you
on.
is like talking to a
This
girl.
is the kind of thing our government does. I mean,
Let Mr. Farouk of Al-Qaeda speak.
I have a suggestion for you. Why don't you go to the Washington Monument? Take the family. Let's say October 12th, 2009, around 3:04. Take a guided tour to the top and just wait there. I think you will see that Al-Qaeda is very good at organizing things.
Gentlemen, thank you. Coming up when we come back, the 2008 baby pandas are in. We'll have lots of footage of that.
You know, as crazy as that is with Tahrir al-Shem taking over Syria, that's not going to be parody anymore.
The Department of Homeland Security is...
Oh, wait, no, not this one, Thomas. The other one I gave you.
This one came up in the fucking thing, so it's
Yeah,
gonna
no,
come
do the other one I gave you.
Okay.
There we go. This one.
Why won't it
years
full
of delays,
screen? For fuck's
construction
sake.
of the 1,776-foot Freedom Tower, built on the ruins of the World Trade Center, has finally begun. Joining us today are two of the project's most outspoken critics. Becky Drager, public liaison for the Lower Manhattan Development Corporation, and Omar El-Farouk, a representative for the Al-Qaeda terrorist organization. You both seem to be expressing a sense of urgency for getting the project underway.
Yes.
What's the reason behind that?
It's taken 5 years to lay a concrete base. I think that really says it all.
Yes.
We need a place to mourn and to reflect on the horrible tragedy of 9/11.
Yes, but the important thing is that the construction proceed quickly so that we have a large tower visible from many miles away.
And are you both happy with the design?
It's okay. I'm happy that the subway system and transportation system is directly linked to it.
It's okay.
I think that will prove very helpful.
Yes, it is convenient.
It's certainly the large, sharp spike has many possibilities.
Our organization proposed a design that I think would have
called it the
conjured up
Freedom
images
Tower.
of all that we've lost.
But you're building
the-
hard
it's
to
the Twin
see on
Towers
let's say a
tower
rainy,
version.
cloudy day. We wanted more colors.
It
Should the
looks
site
so
be
fucking ugly compared to the
It's just
original.
time to get to the organization proposed a design that I think would have conjured up images of all that we've lost.
But you're building hard to see on let's say a rainy, cloudy day. We wanted more colors.
Well, should the site be used commercially at all?
It's just time to get it completed for whatever
It-
function we use it.
Beyond
Certainly, and big business is always going to lead the way. This is a good place for them to gather. A place where lots and lots of people,
All kinds of people.
Old
Older
people,
younger people.
people in wheelchairs that cannot move quickly.
Yes.
The president should have perhaps an office on the highest of floors. You want really important people there, so I say to them, build it and go there and wait.
We need a place where all ages can gather and pay their respects and remember what it is that we've lost.
Yes, it is our goal to continue to make places where people can go and mourn the death of their loved ones.
Well, I want to thank you both for being here today. Coming up next, we're going to be discussing worm farms.
Like Alt-Right Playbook, though. People should check out Alt-Right Playbook. Good.
You know what you should see? They did one with North Korea and the moon. That one.
Oh yeah, that's good. The North Korea stuff's fun.
You seen that? Oh, that's so good.
The nation's capital was canceled because it posed too great a risk to Twilight author Stephanie Meyer. Law enforcement officials were alerted to the plot when a flurry of terrorist chatter was detected by NSA intercepts.
لما بدي افتهم صار لنا اشهر بنحضر هاي العمليه ليش؟ استلمنا معلومات انه ما راح تنقذ سوق يا ما حدث الحمد لله راح يكونون موجودين روبرت باتنسون وكريستن ستيوارت يمكن مش متاكيد صراحه بسرعه يلا يابا يلا
We're joined now by terrorism expert Omar Al-Farouk of Al-Qaeda. Thank you for being here, sir. It sounds like the U.S. barely avoided a major attack here. Is that right?
Yes, for the moment. Al-Qaeda simply could not risk harming the woman who captured the alienation and sexual tension of adolescents so beautifully in her book series.
How deadly could this attack have been? We're hearing estimates of 5,000 to 10,000
Yes, the
lives.
devastation would have been shocking. Worse than when Pack Leader Sam transformed into his wolf self and slashed his beloved Emily with his magnificent claws.
The CIA has information revealing that the cancellation of this attack caused disputes within Al-Qaeda's top ranks.
There have always been factions. Certain people believe that Stephanie Meyer should be stoned to death for encumbering Jacob Black with so much heartache. I mean, Osama bin Laden himself is a member of Team Jacob.
All right, that would explain the photos we acquired last year. Someone had suggested
Oh my God,
it's a Twilight series would hardly seem possible.
Why?
That this could...
Why? But why? The themes are universal.
Well, perhaps, but still, I mean, intelligence officials.
Oh, yes, the books are for kids. This is what you're thinking. Yes? That is the height of arrogance. You know, if you give them a chance, you will be hooked. Or my mother is a Jew. I am that certain.
Okay, well, the last novel in the Twilight series was published in 2008. Why does Al-Qaeda care if Mrs. Myers is alive at this point?
That is, wow. I don't believe the filth that is streaming from your lips, you cur. You know, she could always resume work on Midnight Sun or write another book from René Smith's point of view.
All right, earlier today, Al-Qaeda released video claiming responsibility for the failed attack, as well as another that seems to be a shot-for-shot remake of a scene from New Moon.
Yes, that was just Al-Qaeda's reimagining of New Moon. Chris Weitz, the goat who directed the original, should be sliced from throat to belly and strung from a tree for what he did to that glorious book.
That's all the time we have, Mr. Al-Farouk. Thank you for being with us today. And now, breaking news, the hard drive containing Shakira's voice has been destroyed in a bus accident.
Well, Conrad, do that,
as it happens.
North Korea with the moon. That's my favorite.
It happens.
You see that?
Oh, 1 second, I'm just like getting a bit of nostalgia from the old school Onion intro.
Exclusive news transmissions from the year 2137. Because to stay ahead in today's world, you need to know what's going to happen in tomorrow's.
Oh God. Pre-2016 is almost like pre-2008, or like for like whenever people talk about pre-2001, it's like God, some sort of like a pre-2002 story, the dot-com crash. It's like every big crash we have. There was actually a big crash in 2016. There was one in 2019, October, which was around the time the coronavirus just like leaked out of a gain of function research place. Now I'm of the thought that it could have been accidental, and it most likely is. But there's that like eerie part of my brain that's like, did the capitalists know they have a super virus and was just like, you know what, fuck it. The economy's kind of bad right now, and everyone is probably going to blame capitalism this time, and there's no way of avoiding it. So we'll find some way to like dupe people. And at first, people blame capitalism for the virus. Like everyone got worse against capitalism, but like since the aftermath, people have kind of readjusted to the capitalist realism, and it's like their system works. And we're seeing that with the people like not supporting the Palestinian struggle properly in the imperial core. Like it's.
I saw in China there was some graffiti about like we can't go back to normal because normals will cause this shit. So, like, people were definitely making that connection. You're absolutely right. But, we'll see. At the same time, like, there was a modest but still significant resurgence in wildcat strikes here in the U.S. in that same time, too. So, they wish they had done it when they had them by the short and curlies, if you know what I'm saying, when they needed them in the supply chain the most. But You add the Amazon and Starbucks and a few other things. People started to unionize a little bit here and there in the service economy. It's still a very weak movement.
Well, I mean, the service industry is like, I mean, mainly like the like delivery and like hardcore run like that, and then obviously
The
like
warehouse and
the
stuff,
Uber
yeah.
lot and all that too. That's like the lower working class in the Imperial Core. Those
But
people
they'll
have
carry it.
like pretty
Yeah.
pretty high revolutionary potential. The amount of times like I have conversations of Uber drivers about all sorts of progressive shit, and like they're
Oh, yeah.
unionized in Birmingham. I'm not in Birmingham, but I'm pretty
Well,
close.
a lot of times they're from the third world, the Uber drivers I would get in New York.
Most of them are, yeah. Like they're either from the third world or they're from like semi-colonial, semi-colonized countries, or like neo-colonized countries, like the Slavic countries. Like
Yeah.
you know, say
I
what you
once
want
got
about
a,
Poland and
yeah,
its
I
like
once got a cab
chauvinism.
ride from
Poland has like an issue with like chauvinism and all that, and same as Lithuania and all that, like Romania. But those countries are like most typically like colonized by like the European Union or by
I
Russia.
actually got a cab ride from a Soviet nuclear physicist.
Nice. Okay.
Wow.
Yeah.
Damn.
There you go.
I
It
had
seems like he's not where he should be. He seems like he should be in the
No.
Soviet
No,
Union,
but
but
that's
like
capitalism for you.
something sounds
Yeah.
like something wrong happened.
That's capitalism for you.
I
man.
worked with a Polish guy who went to university here in America, but he told me he served in the Soviet army or something. I was like, what? But
A lot
weren't
of
you from
Poles
like
did.
Poland?
A lot of Poles
Yeah.
did. Well, well, like it's kind of fucked the way it happened because the Soviets did kind of like almost like bully the Poles into the like Red Army ranks, and like if you didn't want to be in it, then like you know you went on like good times. It's not like they were slaughtering people for it, but like they were treating people strangely. The Soviets had a lot of issues with social imperialism starting to creep out of the woodwork during the war. The restoration of the patriarchs of the church and stuff like that probably didn't help. And it's not to say that Stalin himself was the only issue here, but he was part of the problem. It's not like it was just oh, it's the other revisionists and they're doing stuff. It's like
yeah.
no, some like dodgy shit was going down with the way that they were operating, and like that's why like a lot of Polish people served in the Red Army because they were
Well,
integrated into the Red Army's ranks, and then after the war, those people were still part of the Red Army, and a lot of them either ended up as part of the Red Army placement in Poland, or some of them even went into they went into the Soviet Union. You gotta remember, like most people's homes were destroyed, and the Soviet records of people were bad anyway, and like loads of people died. So there was like movements of people all over the place too. But yeah, like even into the Cold War, so there was Polish people that would go serve in the Soviet Red Army.
Yeah, he served in the 80s, I think.
Yeah, it's like the Foreign Legion with like the U.S.
Yeah.
Interesting name for a not so
He went
supposedly
to
not imperialist empire military thing. The Foreign Legion. Interesting name.
Went to a University of Pennsylvania here. I was like, he asked me, what university did I go to? I'm like, University of Warsaw? I don't know. Like, seriously, I just took my best educated guess. He's like, University of Pennsylvania.
Oh.
It's like,
You went to an Ivy League. So, yeah. Hey, by the way, Conrad, I want to be sure to mention, you should check out that song. You're talking about the cyberpunk. I dropped the Ministry song in there. I think you would dig that. That was the other thing I dropped in the chat.
Yeah, one moment. There was I do want to see this Al Qaeda populating the US thing. You got me hooked on the Al Qaeda memes.
Oh, the Onion had some pretty funny shit. Yeah.
The Onion News Network.
It's been so long since I've watched the
24-hour
old school
non-stop
Onion. I
news
prefer their
assault.
older stuff. Their new stuff's still fire, but like the old stuff was like, wow.
Yeah, when they had this cable show, we had it for like 2 seasons.
Cross-examination with Shelby Cross is one of our top programs here on the Onion News Network. Well, yesterday, Shelby warned us about al-Qaeda's latest plot to populate America with patriotic, peaceful decoy Muslims in order to get us to lower our guard. To explain more about this looming threat, former prosecutor Shelby joins us right now.
Hi, Brooke.
Hi, Shelby. Now, you have been telling your viewers that al-Qaeda actually has more than 5 million decoy Muslims in our country to soften us up for their next attack.
Yes, an attack they will if we don't do something. Listen, these friendly decoy Muslims are virtually everywhere, walking among us, making people think, hey, Muslims, they're just like you and me. I mean, there's no reason. It
Very
wouldn't be
sick
fair for the
heart.
police to stop and question every Muslim that's out in public the way Shelby Cross is suggesting, because, ooh, that would just be racist.
Yeah, well, that doubt is exactly what Al-Qaeda is counting on. So, Shelby, what can we do?
Well, if you see a Muslim, I say just walk straight up to them and under your breath just say, I'm on to you. Okay, I don't care if it's a man, a woman, or an
Context as
adorable
well is
little
around the
brown
time
baby
there was like
jihadist in a stroller.
Republicans saying shit like
you
this.
have also made it
They
clear
were
that you're
doing it
that
more
these
than
Duqu
this. This
Muslims
was
can be
before
so
Trump had
sneaky
like
that
broken
sometimes you can't
everyone
even
and
tell
like
they're
started
Muslim.
saying the quiet shit out loud.
They'll hide as Mexicans,
No, it is crazy,
as Puerto
but
Ricans,
I actually met somebody who
as
said
Vietnamese. I mean, there's
all
absolutely
Muslims
nothing that
are
would let
taught
you know
to kill
that they
all
were in fact secretly
non-believers, and
Muslim.
said
Now,
it's in
if a
the
Guatemalan or a
Quran.
Mexican ever
In like
comes up
war,
to
you
me,
kill
I
the
just cuff him,
non-believers. Like
I
that's what
pat
that
him
point was
down,
about.
and then I look right in the eyes and I say, hey,
Well, they said
where are
that
you
like they
hiding your
literally said
Quran,
like
Ahmed?
all
So you
1
have to be on
billion
your guard at all
Muslims are
times.
sleeper
Oh, yeah,
cell
yeah, yeah.
agents.
But listen, don't get too
Basically, is
close
what
to
Bigger
they
them.
than
said.
1 billion. Like I hate to scare the
In that they are
Christians,
very,
like
very
1.6.
friendly. Very easy to become friends with them. And next thing you know, hey, you could become a
I
walking
don't hate to
decoy
scare the
Muslim.
Christians.
Okay,
I
Shelby,
love
we
it.
don't want that. So what can we do to protect ourselves?
What you
Well,
gonna
if you
do?
really suspect that you are in the presence of a decoy Muslim, the only sure thing you could do is actually shoot them. Now, if they start crying out in Arabic as they die, you will know that that person is in fact a Muslim, and you were right. You saved yourself the unfortunate end of being blown up. If they don't cry out that way, they're not a Muslim, and you can go ahead and trust them.
Okay, but they'd be dead, Shelby.
Yeah, but a dead man is the only man you can trust. You know that. Rule number one.
Yeah, okay. Thank you, Shelby.
And you would be in jail.
with you tonight on Concurrence Roundtable.
You are absolutely correct. I couldn't have said it better myself.
Have I told you how vibrant you're looking lately?
Excuse me, can I
This is
finish
what
before someone says something absolutely brilliant?
CNN and MSNBC
Three
became.
experts agree entirely on solutions to the recent violence in
Fucking like
Afghanistan.
what was the show called on MSNBC? We had the three on both sides.
No, but it wasn't crossfire. It's that Trump can turn into everybody in the panel agreeing on the same opinion.
Concurrence
Yeah. They only get on like the most reactionary of quote unquote progressives, and so it just became a conservative hellhole. Attractive girls union refuses to talk. What?
Yeah. There's some funny ones I could recommend, but some of them are like, eh.
I mean, like, I'm all happy to fire some more off. Like, these are fucking great.
All right, so then let me do that one I was telling you about North Korea and the moon, and I'll think of another one to do after that. That'll be good.
I think I can do one more North Korea and the moon, and then I'm gonna call it tonight.
You're gonna call it?
Yeah. Yeah, because I got to get some sleep for work.
No, understood. This is
just
thumbnail. Oh my. The bad, like the bad quality of it, like the lower quality. They should produce their videos in 480p more. Instead of 5.
달을 이고 북조선까지 내려올 수 있게 한 혁명적인 계획을 전달하였습니다. 남과 북 모두가 함께 잘 사는 꿈을 결코 포기하지 않을 것입니다. 우주정복 사업의 핵심은 위대하신 김정일 위원장께서 창작하신 김일성 위원장님의 도입 끝에 결정되었다고 합니다. 우리 위대하신 위원장님은 말씀하셨습니다. 아버지가 아들과 좋은 것을 나누듯 우리 인민들과 나누지 못했던 무엇이 인민에게 희망을 주십니다. 인민들은 아마 게 무엇이 있겠느냐 하셨습니다. 아버지가 아들과 좋은 것을 나누 정되었다고
Fucking like Marx and Engels and Mao in the background. Lenin looks like so pissed. Lenin is just like, it's like, why am I representing this kooky dictatorship? Let's go. Mao looks upset. He's like, yo, I didn't ask for this. Marx looks like he's enjoying it. Like Marx is like, yes, trash my philosophy. That's it. I think that might be an actual picture though, that one. At least it's like based on one, like that's like in the Pyongyang square. Though this next one is not real though. Oh my god, I have to screenshot that. That is just so fucking funny.
Yes, you need that.
Oh, the like 70s like fucking like cyberpunk like fucking like styling on the fucking symbols. It reminds me of like old Sony hats.
특별히 또 실향민이라든가 북조선 우주정보연구위원회에서는 5개의 로봇 발사하기로 계획을 하고 있습니다. 우리의 신혁명적인 기술의 발달과 진보적인 방식으로 인해 5개의 로봇을 북조선 방식으로 북조선 우주정보연구위원회에서 5개의 로봇을 발사하기로 계획을 하고 있습니다. 우리의 신혁명적인 과학의 발달과 진보적인 방식으로 인해 5개의 로봇은 북조선 방식으로 세계 최초의 아니 모든 인류가 놀랄만한 업적을 이루게 될 것입니다. 이것은 건장한 우리 북조선의 남아들의 지극히 위대하신 위원장님의 손길을 본따 만든 달의 받침대를 준비하는 것입니다. 어느 때보다도 분주의 수많은 청년들의 손수나서 일사불란하게 움직이는 모습은 우주정보 사업의 희소식을 전해주며 모든 농가들을 기쁘게 해주고 있습니다. 달의 받침대가 달의 핏자루가 고정된 후에 주 연구회가 맡게될 것은 달의 밖에서 불길 빈소리에 우리의 자랑스러운 인민들을 자랑스럽게 할 인민가가
국민들이 깊은 관심 속에 순조롭게 성공적으로 진행되리라는 것을 믿어 의심치 않습니다.
I gotta watch that again. Oh my god.
받침대가 달의 핏자루가 고정된 후에 인민가가 맡게될 것은 달의 이거 성적으로 제거하는 것이 되겠습니다. 빈자리에는 우리의 자랑스러운 인민가가 될 것입니다. 장창이 울려퍼지게 될 것입니다. 인민들을 자랑스럽게 그 빈자리에는 우리의 자랑스러운 홍남 오각별 비교가 인민들을 자랑스럽게 할 인민가가 장창이 울려 퍼지게 될 것입니다.
국민들이 깊은 관심 속에 순조롭게 성공적으로 진행되리라는 것을 믿어 의심치 않습니다.
위대하신 김정일 국방위원장이 여러 같은 성원을 보내고 있습니다.
NPT라든지 IAEA에서 요구하는 그 사찰을 수용하는
Damn, I didn't know Kim Il Sung was such a like fucking like gay icon. Damn.
Progressive.
This is so trans pill. Like the whale really represents like Kim Il Sung's like internal like self-experience. Is that the Ken, you know?
Alright, comrade.
Obama's job program to include creation 2.5 million new
Nose. Do the Onion tried as an adult?
Tried as an adult.
Yeah.
All right, comrades. I'm gonna head on out.
Well, you rest easy and get ready for the grueling nature of work.
Yes, but right now I'm just waiting for the grueling call or text from you know who. But I'll talk about that later. You'll have a good one.
Be careful. Take care of yourself.
Love and solidarity. Make sure to go to the toilet before you go to bed so you don't like do Caleb and wake up in the middle of the night, squat in the center of the floor and piss heavy. Because you'll wake up in the morning and you'll be like, why does it smell weird in here? And you'll think you pissed the bed, but you haven't because it's not something you're doing. And you get up and then you walk forward and then squelch and you're like, oh no, not the carpet again. So make sure you
and it is the morning, but okay.
Thank you. Have a good night, comrade. That was a good laugh.
Love and solidarity, comrade. Okay. Let's go. You fucking like purposefully dropped like certain context out of what you were getting me to type it. This title is too funny.
This is the Onion
White
News
girl will
Network,
be tried as a
keeping
black
you
at the
safe from the lies.
Oh man, the fucking theme. Go. Facts zone.
We begin tonight with an update on a story we've been following all week. Hannah Stevenson, the 16-year-old girl from Detroit, accused of stabbing a classmate to death with a screwdriver last month. At her arraignment this afternoon, Hannah received the harshest possible sentencing from the judge. She will be tried as a black adult.
Due to the extreme and violent nature of this crime, this court finds it fitting to try the defendant as an African American. Henceforth, you will be referred to for the jury by the name Bondell Brown.
Once the trial begins next week, all courtroom images of Hannah will depict her as a 300-pound muscular black man, and jury members will be instructed to imagine her as such.
We're going to do our best to make sure that Hannah is treated with the sympathy and sensitivity that she, as a photogenic white girl, deserves.
This is America. Nobody
deserves to be treated as a black man.
Now that Hannah has been ruled black, the court has instructed local media to assume she's guilty, and the police have retroactively charged her with assaulting her arresting officer. Hannah's 24 character witnesses have been replaced by a single crack addict who goes by the name of Skaggs. Hannah's parents are, of course, planning to appeal the ruling, saying that their daughter should at most be tried as a black celebrity or a stunningly beautiful Filipino lady. Every time I hear a story like that, it makes me so glad I'm exempt from the legal system.
When you follow Fact Zone's Brooke Alvarez,
all right, one last one.
the news anchor with more
Franz Kafka
than
Airport.
any other.
What, sorry?
Franz Kafka Airport. Franz. No, Franz. F-R-A-N-Z.
F-R-A-N-Z.
Yeah, Franz
Kafka.
Airport.
Is this in Iraq?
No.
Oh no, Prague. Czechoslovakia is like
This Week
the
magazine
weird
released
enigma
its
in the
annual
Slavic
Air
world.
Travelers Report this week with Prague's Franz Kafka International Airport ranking last in customer satisfaction due to long flight delays, poor service, and an overall oppressive, impersonal atmosphere. The report found the average delay at Franz Kafka International is 31 hours longer than the next worst airport. We spoke to several American travelers who reported spending weeks and in some cases months waiting for flights.
I asked the ticket person what gate my flight was at, and they said that the airline I was flying didn't exist, and everyone keeps calling me S.
The airport was also cited as difficult to navigate, with a list of complaints including curbside shuttle services, which loop around the airport before depositing passengers back at their starting point, and extremely long corridors leading to dead ends.
Gate B2 is next to Gate B11, and Gate B14 is in the F terminal.
Business Week also rated Franz Kafka International among the worst airports in terms of customer service, calling the employees, quote, completely indifferent to travelers' needs.
If there is a problem, fill out complaint form and place it in an envelope addressed to the name of the hospital in which you were born.
In response to the ranking, the airport added a public address system in an attempt to clear up any confusion.
Departures arriving early and arrivals landing late may be cancelled or delayed without a prior notice.
The airport also created a toll-free customer service helpline. But when our reporters called the number this week, they found it connected them to a hat store in Stuttgart. Travelers also report being frustrated by the airport's unusual security procedure, which includes time-consuming...
If not, who are you? And you lied to us.
For like 8 minutes. Are you who you say you are? Are you who you say you are? Finally, he writes liar on the back of my hand and lets me pass.
Airport officials say the complaints are unfounded.
All problems are traveler's own. If you only made certain to properly follow proper protocols, no such problems would exist. Properly follow proper protocols.
The nearby Dostoevsky Hotel also received low marks from the passengers, a large number of whom checked in due to a flight delay and ended up murdering another guest at the hotel. Coming up, a new medical report warns getting screened for cancer is a leading cause of finding out you have cancer.
The fucking puns are great. Hostage crisis enters 14th tedious hour. The joys.
Check out the track, by the way. Since you like that, I think this kind of sounds reminds me of the one you were playing. Yeah. Can't see it though. You sure? Hey, yeah, what's up? Old school ministry.
This stinks of being recorded on a VHS camcorder.
Yeah, probably.
How smooth it is, like, is the big giveaway, but also the fact that it's like much blurrier.
I mean, you could see there's a different version, but I thought that was the best one.
Oh, I mean, was it the early days with like music videos. Sometimes they were recorded with film. Sometimes they would use videotape.
Betamax, yeah.
I like tape. I think tape looks great. Yeah, this has got an absolute jive to it. It's also got a queer vibe to it.
Oh yeah.
Drugs and synths are just a really good mix.
Oh yeah.
God, Emerson, Lake and Palmer are like fucking. They're so underrated in the the prog rock scene compared to like King Diamond and Pink Floyd and all that.
Oh yeah.
And like they did like there's like Carcass where they did like fucking like classical style piece where it's one big song that spans the whole thing. And then it's split into separate little small sections that like define the different moods and timbre and approach, so it like paints the story. But they're using like synths and stuff instead of like the traditional instruments. It's really fucking good.
Alright, if you dig this, I think I can give you one more that might be cool. Where are we?
Okay, I'll briefly show a few parts of this. It's very long.
What is the comrade text? Here we go. Here's a cool one you might like. Yeah, it's like a very progressive, like prog vibe.
It's also like literally like just straight up a classical piece as well.
Okay.
It's just on like synth, so it sounds really different. It's a big story about this armadillo tank. He's like born out of like war and shit, and then he genocides the world. Egg hatched out of a volcano after a nuclear war, and then boom, tank genocide. Armadillo tank genocide.
Alright, wow, it's like a little like Godzilla in there.
Man, it's got like a change, right? It's on about a different part of the story, and so.
Right. It's like very prog.
This synth sounds so good. I need to find out what synth they use and if there's a sound font for it, so I can use it for my my sound card emulation. But where is it? Oh, this bit. This is like one of the best parts of the song. It turns into a normal song all of a sudden. All of the profits from our misery. But yeah, that song's a tune.
Oh, what year did that come out? Yeah, this group never got to record an album. They broke up, but this is it. You either saw them live or these videos here.
Oh damn.
They're like a huge LA punk band in the 80s, though. They just never got to make the record.
That's kind of the way it is for like most punk bands. Like, you know, everyone only ever knows the ones that succeeded, and it's like, yo, those were the guys who sold out. They're the like, untrustworthy punks. I guess like other than like Dead Kennedys and a few others, like I mean, Dead Kennedys still kind of sold out, but they also kind of didn't. Like they were a weird middle ground. But like it wasn't until they broke up that they sold out as people.
Well, everybody minus Jello.
Well, yeah, that's a fair point. Fucking one of them's a Greens politician. It's like, how'd you go from being an anarchist to being a member of the Green Party? It feels like a weird direction.
Yeah, there are worse directions to go, that's for sure.
Definitely, but then it's also the American Greens Party where like they just like tolerate stuff like people who invest in oil and arms manufacturers.
Oh yeah.
I feel like the European Greens parties wouldn't even tolerate that, and we have a problem of them being kind of right-wing. Because, like, they allow, like, fascists in, it's like anyone who's against, like, the environment being fucking, like, anyone who's against the environment being poisoned, it's like, I don't know, I don't think we should let Nazis be about that, you know? I'm sick of people saying things that are obviously left issues, or neither left nor right, and it's like, I don't know, I think it's pretty right-wing to destroy the Earth and pretty left-wing to want to protect it. Because, like, left-wing is not, like, an idea, like, phantom ideology thing that exists, it just means the progressive, so, like, the progressive approach to nature is to protect it. That's left-wing, no matter how you want to sell it. Fascists aren't going to protect the environment, they're using it as the means to take power, it's just what they do.
Yeah.
This is good though. I like it. God, is hardcore punk kind of safe punk?
Yeah, it was like punk, where the other shit was less punk, you know?
I mean, hardcore was the OG stuff though, if you look at what Death was doing. Like, it's not hardcore in like what we would think of from like the late 70s.
It's a little hop, skip, and a jump from Death to Bad Brain.
Yeah, it's like you just like it's not on the level of like extreme the Bad Brains is, but given the decades that they both emerged in, it's you can see the straight progression.
I think the vocal influence is also very heavily there.
Yeah, definitely. And the radical approach, because when you see like the early white punks, they weren't that radical. I mean, everyone mentions the Ramones, and it's like the Ramones had some moments where they said some like pretty radical shit, but most of their stuff was just like, society bad, and then like they bitched a bit, like because half of them were fucking Republicans. Like, you know, it just turns out half of Republicans. I like Ramones songs, not shitting on people who like Ramones songs, because everyone gets really defensive of the Ramones, but they, bunch of crackerjacks, that's all I'm saying, like, bunch of fucking crackers, like, their approach to punk actually kind of almost killed it, and if it wasn't for Oi and hardcore, punk would have died on the vine because of white people. It would have went the way, like, jazz did in the 70s.
Yeah. You want to do comedy? You want to do some music? Or you want to like watch a little thing? Cause I'm about to smoke this bowl and then call it a night.
I'm still smoking, so we can just leave some music jamming and just chinwag.
And I'd like to share something with you if you're down for it, which is I'm putting together a playlist, and if you can play this is a good track too, but the premise of the playlist is trying to get like the heaviest songs released from 1970 and early. So not 1971, not 1972, 1970 and earlier.
So like the heavy blues scene and stuff like that, the proto
blues, anything that's like heavy or crunchy. Sometimes in the playlist you have to put a little more accessible shit, crunchy or some doomy. Anything that's kind of doomy, you know. Yeah.
It gets into how like metal is like an older thing that people think about. You know, like Black Sabbath will tell you what they were when they were the Pokey Blues.
Yeah. Yes. Black Sabbath gets in because their first record is 1970. So yeah, anything 1970 and earlier. So let me throw it in there.
But what's it? But like even before then, you had like Jimi Hendrix is arguably like the not the founder because like people like pioneered it before him technically. Like heavy blues goes way back, but like the first big major like heavy blues star, like a rock star in the heavy blues scene, would have been Jimi Hendrix.
Oh, yeah. All right, I dropped it in the chat. You can maybe check it out now.
Yeah, sure.
Yeah, this is it. It's either you saw them live or there's this that surfaced. So the streamers, I think, are pretty fucking cool.
They are, like, they got the, like, you know, like, we're making a fucking statement as loud as we possibly can angle about it, but they're also very psychological. Like, they're fucking with you a bit, and I like that. Like, that's the... I mean, like, it's what puts the punk in cyberpunk, you know, like, it's about that rebellious and, like, you know, when you look at, like, the main characters, all those stories, it's all that, like, rebellious, like...
Exactly.
Like,
People will call shit steampunk, and like you say, it's steampunk, where's the punk? Or it's whatever punk, I'm like, where's the punk? You know?
I hate the constant use of punk and stuff. Like, I've heard people say, like, future punk for, like the bourgeois, like, retro futurism in, like, the early 1900s, and I'm like, that was a punk.
Yeah.
What?
Solar punk, that's another one.
Oh, God. God, it's like pop punk. Like, even pop punk is more like punk than these things.
Yeah. I liked some pop punk. I think it was basically good until, in my mind, I think Blink-182 fucking killed it.
Yeah, probably. It's good music regardless. I think Green Day used to be more radical. That's undeniable. But like,
yeah, they were more visceral, I would say. And but you know, once you had Rage Against the Machine, what politics is Green Day? You know, but like. They had some good, you know, kind of suburban teenage anthems, whatever. I get it. You know, it wasn't my life exactly, but I get the vibe.
The last album was a little more stuff we would find acceptable, but their like extra albums after that was all about like teenage dreamer.
Yeah. Yeah, they had a comeback where kind of came out of that. I like The Offspring pretty much before Americana.
Oh god, yeah, The Offspring used to be like, you know, The Offspring's early Green Day and some other stuff like that used to represent where like pop punk was just gonna be like the Sex Pistols. Like, it still spoke out, but it was like muted and like less effective and more of a media like scam. And like, okay, that would have been way more tolerable than what we ended up getting, because like instead the Offspring ended up joining the fucking Enemy team. I mean to be honest, they were already on the Enemy team being a pop punk band, but they joined the worst side of it. The lesser of two evils.
Pretty radical, and it's got some pretty subversive messaging in the early Offspring about the LAPD.
It is, but like they weren't pop punk on their first album, though, I would argue, and it's like they kind of just like they sold into the scene because the scene was.
Their early stuff sounded very Dead Kennedys.
Yeah. It was like someone had like got the Dead Kennedys and cleaned them up.
Basically, in terms of production, but not, you know, some of the content it wasn't as zany as Jello, but the sound sounded like, you know, you could hear Earl and Ray and all that kind of like in the, you know. Anyway, check out the list that I gave you. I think you would love to get your feedback.
Shit. Pat Garrett was in that band? I recognize that name.
Or did he record it?
He might have been the producer.
Yeah. All right, so some of these are going to be...
communication breakdown.
This is a pretty heavy riff, you know?
It's just the way the amp is tuned makes it sound lighter than it is, but you play this on like a modern like setting for a guitar and it's so heavy.
Oh yeah.
Oh, but it's Robert Plant's voice. Robert Plant's one of the proletarian sides of Led Zeppelin. So two of them come from middle class backgrounds, Jimi Hendrix and the bassist. I can't remember his name. But the drummer and Rob Plant, they come from working class backgrounds. Conflicts in the band come from all of that. I love Robert Plant. Like he's a delight. He's done some stupid shit in his time. He's like anyone who becomes petty bourgeois from the proletariat. They do stupid shit. We know a lot of them types, but he's an inspirational guy, and he's not completely forgot his roots. You know, it actually was part of what caused Led Zeppelin to blow up was the conflict of interest between the poorer and the richer sides of the band.
He does have, when he gets a little too shrill, I don't like that. And when he gets a little too kind of imitate black women, like, hey, mama, you know, like, that can be a little bit cheesy too, you know? But
is, but he hasn't used accounted for that. Like, he's been pretty open about the fact that like his music comes from the black community. Like he's criticized people trying to like make unique out of his music when it's like no, this like existed all over America. What you want about?
Yeah. Comrade, I'm gonna be back in about 30 seconds. I'm just gonna grab another drink.
Yeah, no worries. I'll pause it while you're doing that. Take it back a sec. Shit, I forgot to take my lactulose. I think today is tea blocker day. Ooh, that might be a bit too much. Oh,
Alright, I'm back.
yeah, okay.
Good job just playing. Oh, good.
Fair dinkum. I mean, what's it? You missed Jimmy Page's wonderful solo, though. The thing is with Jimmy Page, he might be a cunt regarding personality, but he's a fucking great guitarist.
Yeah, I think that he's a good guitar player. Yeah.
He's also overrated as fuck, though.
Yeah, that too. But he's still good. I'm not saying he's not good.
He kinda has like, I mean, he's not as bad as fucking David Gilmour, but like, kinda has a problem with David Gilmour where like, he's like, he's repped as like one of the best, but his guitar licks are actually like mostly rather simple.
That's okay, because I like, if it's effective, you don't have to make it complicated.
I mean, he's good, and he is still like a top level guitar player. It's not all about like fanciness and all that, but I feel like there's a lot more unknown guitar players that can play technically better than him, and they're just like forgotten from that era.
I get it, but for me, technical ability isn't as important as just effectively doing the move. And Gilmour exceeds that. Fucking Kurt Cobain is not like great licks and shit, but he knows how to service the song, you know? And
to be honest, though, with like Gilmour, his like song servicing also does require a lot on like black vocalists. If it wasn't for black women singers, like fucking Pink Floyd would just not sound the same for like a lot of its albums. And like ever since they lost Roger Waters, that's basically been like Gilmour's default, is like, you know, he fills in the missing gap with black singers, and a lot of their music was just black music again. It's kind of like the weird thing with like everything in Europe. It's like Picasso's art was stolen from like West Africa and shit like that, you know?
Yeah, some of the Cubist stuff for sure. He was very open about that.
Oh, Picasso wasn't. Picasso denied it. He said that his art was inspired from nowhere in Africa. He was like pulled up on it. And like that man must have known. Like that man was a very intelligent guy. Like,
yeah, I mean, it's obvious where he took it from, and it's, you know, he had an obvious African side to it.
He's a pioneer. He's a whatever it's called.
Well, no, but he had different phases, right? So the Cubist phase, and then he had the abstract phase. And I think the abstract phase was more Picasso, right? But the Cubist thing was definitely coming from Africa.
Even the abstract has still got a lot of bases in West Africa. It's what he was pulled up on. But yeah, it still is like getting into more of his own influences on it. He was still a great artist. It's just that, like, you know, Van Damme didn't want to admit that his art was like based on someone else's culture.
Yeah, but anybody who knew him knew that's where he got it from, though, you know?
Yeah, it was so obvious. Like, it was like, holy shit. Like, the amount of, like, culturally, like, fucking, like, shit from, like, West Africa that's been collected that's, like, covered in, like, abstract art, and, like, Van Damme's, like, trying to claim he's, like, invented that shit.
Because he had, there was I think it was a Belgian or French artist that was, like, Cubist buddies with Picasso. And then they went their own ways. But they were, like, really close back in the day. And they used to, like, even the idea of getting collage, like, one would do it and the other would be like, oh, I'm gonna fuck with that now, too. So I'm pretty sure he knew he was getting shit from fucking African stuff, you know? I have documentaries on most of the stuff, if you're interested in art and stuff like that.
I mean, his whole, like, spin as well of, like, fucking, like, ending up all over the place, because he was a part of the Spanish, he was part of the Marxists, if I remember rightly, in, like, the Spanish, Civil War, and then, like, he ends up in, like, France as one of the, like, refugees of that situation, and then, like, he's involved with the, the French Resistance, and then, he has a wild history. I don't think he was ever a combatant, as far as I'm aware, but, like, he was, like, involved with all these groups, so that's pretty cool.
Hey, Conrad, what do you think of this track?
I think it's very, like, ahead of its time. It's very, God. It's got, like, that elements of stuff from, like, EDM and scat in it, actually, is one of the things I point out. Like, the beat, like, before it got back to the slowdown, like, this bit, this is, like, very EDM beaty. Like, if you get into, like, retro wave and synthwave music, it follows a very similar path line. I actually really like, King Diamond's cover of this song.
King Crimson.
King Crimson, sorry, King Crimson, fucking hell, two different bands. King Crimson's cover of it.
Well, King Crimson is the original. This is the cover.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay.
This does not have horns in it. It's a, like, more rock cover. The South African band, they wanted to call themselves Fuck, but the label wouldn't let them do that.
So they call them Time to Suck. What a fucking album name. Well, this cover's a good fucking cover. I love this song, though.
Yeah.
The vocal editing is great. Good God, man.
Is this a metal song?
Arguably. Like, it follows a lot of the tenets of the more, like heavy metal that you would see from, like, the 80s, maybe, like, the 70s, like Venom and all that. Like, it kind of gets into that crowd.
Yeah. And what about Communication Breakdown? That's pretty, like,
it's
metal.
Kind of thrashy. It's, like, getting into more, like, speed metal, like power metal and stuff like that.
Yeah. I'm trying to go for the heavy shit, you know, but early, very, very young.
Led Zeppelin completely denies being a metal band, but, like, there's, like, a lot of them. Metal was used as a slur, like, it was, your working class who makes too much noise, because it was steel workers that started the heavy blues scene in the UK.
Yep. Alright, here we have the 31 flavors.
Damn. Do they mean 31 flavors of hair, or do they mean 31 flavors of succulent juices?
I think it's a Baskin Robbins reference, but anyway. It's a way of just saying a group with a lot of different shit. Now this is fuzzy. It's all get out.
Ooh, that riff. So
I can see, like, Desert Rock doing this, you know what I mean? Stone Rock.
Yeah, this is very like the 80s hard rock when they were trying to, like, oppose the thrash and, like, hardcore metal scenes by, like, trying to be, like, slower and more rhythmic, the, like, I'm mad to the bone kind of scene.
I get a little bit of that, but it reminds me more of, like, Caius. But they were called the 31 flavors because it's a record of session players. There's not, like, one set band lineup. It's just a lot of jams.
They got a lot of flavor.
Yeah.
The fucking, like, crunchy overdrive. God, you know, it sounds cool, but I don't miss the pre-pedal era of, like, guitars. I know some people, like, bitch about it, but, like, overdrive on amps just sounds shit.
That's nice, isn't it?
It does sound nice, but like I bet you could get it better with a pedal. I'm not bothered with pedals because they're still analog instruments. Like I feel like once you start adding computers, then it gets a bit weird. But like, I'm not recording with computers though. I don't mind like DI interfaces and stuff like that. But like, you know, when like your guitar goes through a computer before it goes to the amp, that's where I sign off. Like nah. I love electronic instruments, but I like analog. Some of the digital stuff's getting good, but I still like. Oh, I wish I could ever in my life afford an analog synth from the 80s. Like holy shit. Because it's just using like chips or tubes or like whatever to just make electrical things go pop, bang, fizzle, fast, and it makes fucking noises. And it's like, yo, that's how we should do sound. And that's how gaming sound cards worked on your PC and all that. Like a Sound Blaster, it was an analog MIDI instrument. It wasn't.
I remember.
Yeah.
I was there. I was then.
There then, and unfortunately not now. I mean, there's not even like, I mean, the Sound Blasters still exist in some PCs, but most of the time it's just an application thing, and you don't even have like chips in there.
Yeah, why would you build a new one with it?
It's like they don't do like the MIDI stuff properly anymore either. It's like digital MIDI is gonna miss. And it's like, yeah, I know like MIDI's all focused on the pro grade, but what about old school MIDI? What about like all the fucking plethora of games that use MIDI? Or you can have Microsoft GS Synth, which is bad. That System Shock sounds so goofy with the Microsoft Synth.
I like this one right here. All of this can kind of be what considered garage rock, sort of too.
It's kind of grunge as well, like the more like the prog side of grunge, where it's like we just want to fuck with the way music is made.
Yeah, like a proto grunge track. I could see that. That definitely is some of the vibes. Trying to do proto metal, proto punk, metal, you know, garage.
You know, asterisk heavy.
Yeah, heavy, basically. Heavy rock.
You've got to keep it away from the like purists in metal because they're like such wankers about like what is or isn't heavy.
Oh, yeah, I don't love that.
You'll listen to a pop song that has like a heavy beat and all, and well, that's not heavy, and it's like, okay, I get that it's pop, that makes it like not like conversational or like commercial or anything like that, but like it is still heavy. It's just like not radical. Like differentiate better. You're such limited groups, but then like most of metal's dominated by right-wing weirdos, unfortunately.
Well, that's what I'm saying. There's too many guitar nerds, and they make it all about.
You don't do enough sweet picking or whatever the fuck.
Yeah, I don't give a fuck about that. I care about how it
sweet picking
sounds.
is fucking awful anyway. I agree with Dave Mustaine that if you need to like travel all the way across your keyboard across your fretboard all the time to like make yourself look good, then like you've got a like problem with the music that you're like fucking liking. You know,
Here's a song right here with Neil Warren, you know?
No, songs are classic.
Now, what kind of genre is this called?
God damn, Sid. He has like such good vocals from that.
Yeah, well, Gilmore mostly does with sweeter vocals, but here he's going a little harsher.
Roger and like fucking Sid both have like fucking absolutely perfect vocals for like metal. I'd say Sid would be better for thrash metal than Roger, but Roger would be great for maybe like Priest era sort of stuff. Maiden.
This right here is Gilmore.
Was it Gilmore?
Yeah, it's Gilmore.
Oh well, surprised at Gilmore. Gilmore's got a good voice. I just have a hate for Gilmore because he's trying to what kill Pink Floyd.
I guess, but he's got a very sweet voice and I like his guitar thing. I liked it as long as Roger Waters in the band.
I like, I probably like Sid the most. I think Sid's the more fun vocalist of them all.
Very whimsical. I want to say this is 1969. That track.
Yeah.
So, what genre is that? Did you say this is metal or what?
It's a type of like metal / prog rock, like kind of crossover.
Okay.
I mean, that solo is straight up metal. The riff is metal. The vocals are metal. But like the way it's arranged is like kind of not. And so it's like a weird anachronism where it's like it is metal, but like put together in like all the wrong way. And putting it together the wrong way is pretty punk. So I'd argue this is punk with a metal aesthetic.
Okay. Well, and actually that would work for grunge too, because grunge is a lot of punk and metal thrown together.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you could argue.
Like Mudhoney could do this song, right? Like I can see Mudhoney doing this, you know?
But like, it kind of reminds me of like the really you know, press punks when they weren't like shit. Like the actual music that started it, that like press punk isn't really associated with once you get past like 1992. But like yeah, that sound where it's like I almost call it like it's like the hardcore side of like the grunge sound, or it's more heavy and like aggressive in its like tone. Yeah, this is punk, like is the way I put it. That's kind of the way that a lot of Pink Floyd. My dad like got like offended when I called Pink Floyd punk. He's like, Pink Floyd hates punk, so like blah blah blah. And I think I did talk shit on punk, but like they literally were making punk themselves. It's like when Iron Maiden, Steve Harris was like, oh, we had nothing to do with punks, and his producer was like, nah, shut the fuck up. Yes, you did. Like, we're all punk.
I would say the Sid era was very punk too, even though that was not an example of it. But the real question is, does all these songs fit a vibe?
They all have like either a hardcore or a heavy vibe.
I'm trying to go for heavy, but early. You know, not
like this Summertime Blues is straight up punk. It's Bad Brains, like what the reference is Bad Brains. And like I'm pretty sure this is a cover of an older song, because I've heard Summertime Blues in like different arrangements, I'm sure of it.
Okay.
So this is like some like 60s era like heavy metal, like just straight up like hardcore punk.
Yeah, this is MC5 fucking around with shit like this.
When it gets into like heavy blues and its relationship with both like hardcore punk and like heavy metal,
and rock,
they like
rock is blues based,
like constantly.
Yeah, rock is blues based. So.
In a lot of ways, punk rock, the like white people punk, was the subverter of the punk radical movement, and actually punk would have went down this direction like instantaneously if it wasn't for the white punk rock in the 60s and 70s. Like
I'm trying to bring the black people elements back. The blues elements are something I really want to feature in this script. Even if it's white people doing it, it's gotta have some like blues. That's not happy, but like a lot of them are gonna have that. You know?
Well, I mean, that was always like a big core thing with like OG punk. Everyone's like, oh, punk comes from pop, and it's like, no, white punk comes from pop. Punk comes from blues, and blues and pop are not the same fucking thing. Pop was doing blues, but blues being pop and blues not being pop is like, you know, it's getting into the quandaries of a stolen genre. But like, you know, black punk from like the start was very hardcore, and so it would have been like, we would have had bands like the Bad Brains. Well, we did have bands like the Bad Brains in the fucking 60s, and like it would have been that way in the 70s too. From the start of it, the white punk kind of like set punk back. Even though like all the white people will tell you white punk was the start of the radical tradition, they are full of shit. They have no idea what they're talking
that's
about.
white revisionist history. Yeah.
Like fuck, and it's why like we get into like hip hop and all that.
This
like
is pretty heavy right here,
hip
by the
hop
way.
is straight up punk and like no other way from it.
That was pretty heavy right there, man.
Oh yeah, this is thrash metal kind of stuff right now.
Very metal riff there.